in like a tournament, so you will get blinded out.
Ja.
Ja.
So, jetzt mache ich noch die letzte Toast-Tüte, da lacht dann noch der Ronny.
Jetzt ein Baby.
Soll ich die markieren da?
Ja, ja.
Für deine Fans, die gleich wieder sagen, hey, Jachtmann.
Geht sofort. Hast du noch Vegas?
Ja.
Ja, wer ist dann?
20. Teach me, yeah? I'm what I shot.
I always call.
3 plus.
Das nimmt mal Vegas und dann mal LA auf.
Yeah, but first I said me. I must say a box.
200?
Yeah, it's okay.
Orgi,
4 call, 6 call, 7.
der verlorene Sohn.
Hello.
Okay.
You have 10 kg.
I haven't seen you with short hair.
Yeah, nice haircut,
Everything
my
okay?
friend.
Show me in
Nice haircut.
Place.
Thank you, my friend.
You look better than ever.
Really?
You went to the Schönheitsfarm?
Check.
Beauty. You went to the beauty farm?
7.
I'm Darwin, hello.
Check.
6 check, 7 check,
Sorry, you have now 10,000.
4 check.
Wusste ich doch, dass ich was habe.
6 but
Knew I had something. I always make it in 2 languages, you know? You know
Oh my god.
Congrats for your scoop win. Okay.
Moonskate, yeah?
What kind of tournament did you win?
I think you want to start with a bluff. But I should you bluff. I just want to see it. It's a big hand. It's nothing, yeah? I have this. See?
You have this.
Don't mess around with the formerly known as Morning. Waking up.
Kinder, alles gut?
Ja,
Ja? Wie alt ist es jetzt?
der ist jetzt 10 Monate geworden.
Geht schnell.
Und
Das ist gerade erst geboren worden.
Hamburg war mittlerweile schon wieder.
ist total echt rege, aufgeweckt. Ist aber momentan schwer zu bändigen. Lasso. Also ich meine, er kann noch nicht laufen, aber er krabbelt schon wie so ein... So schnell, da kannst du...
Ja, schön.
Tour is 300. 4 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus, 6 call.
I always try a bluff. Did I hit the notes?
It's just like...
And welcome, guys, live from King's Casino, Rozvadov. So sorry about the late start. We are here watching Cash King Special, and what a lineup. Rob Young from UK, Jan-Peter Jachtmann, the German-based Omaha specialist who we see in this hand on a board of ace, 10, 8, 2 spades, nobody with the flush draw, and Jachtmann folds, and Kularak, seat 1, takes down the pot. Thank you so much, guys. My name is Fintan Gavin. We are watching a special edition Cash Kings, and you see Rob Young, seat 7. This is where the action's going to come from. Make no mistake, Rob is an action player. Bought in for 50, 4,000. Ronny Kaiser, seat 3. Our regular viewers will know this guy. He is a Swiss-based Omaha specialist. Been around, he may look young, but he's been around for 10 plus years. Killing it online in the early days, and now has transitioned into live cash, particularly Omaha.
Doesn't matter if I win big or I lose big.
The blinds for this session is €100, €100. That's 100 for the small, 100 for the big. The min buy-in is 5,000, but as you can see from the stack sizes, players tend to buy in for minimum 10,000. And as you can see, Rob Yong playing a low down run with hearts, 5-4-2-2. Absolutely none of it. Has a bottom end gut shot and bets it out. And we cannot see Sikorak's fourth card, but he has 8, 9, 10 on the board. He's holding a Jack 7. Spades come, and Rob is continuing here with a pair of 2s and takes down the pot. And that's what I mean, guys. This is where the action is. This is Rob Young from Nottingham, Dusk Till Dawn owner. He is the brains behind the Party Poker Live tournaments, and he is a player himself. He loves the cash game, he loves Omaha, and that's our scoreboard there popping up and down. And thank you so much. Please do send in your comments.
Let's all do the 2. Four's optional, yeah?
It's optional.
Four's optional, yeah?
I know we don't have I think we don't have mandatory 2. But
And
Do the 2 every time. I'll do
Ronny
the 2 every time.
Kaiser,
yeah, me too.
Ace, King, Queen,
Every time, yeah,
6.
every time.
He's on the straddle actually, and look at this, it's straddled up to 400, and this is quite usual, but generally later in the game, and this will set the tone, because I believe this game is going to get quite big quite quickly. And as you can see from the cards that Rob's playing, King, Queen, 8, 3 on the button, and he makes a raise, and it's folded around to Ronny, who has the clubs and has decided he has position, and it is Rob that's raising, so he is going to call.
He had something more.
And now Jachtmann with the diamonds, Ace Jack 8-2, decides to let the guys battle it out, and we're going to watch a two-way pot here. This is Omaha, the game of the future, and I believe Ronny re-raised here. Excuse me, Ronny is made at 4,000, and Rob quickly calls, and nobody hits that flop. It's Jack 6-2 rainbow, and Kaiser in the lead with the Ace King, who has Rob completely dominated. Rob has the button, and it's been checked into him, and I think a bet here would get through, but Rob decides to check, and the Kaiser still in the lead with the pair of 6s. It's a rainbow, 4-card rainbow board, and it's Kaiser first to act, and it's a case here of first to bet will take down the pot.
4 check, 4 checking is football.
And nobody wants it. It's gone check, check, and Rob has the pair of 3s, and the Kaiser is going to win this with a pair of 6s. And you can see the smirk on Rob, and he knows he missed an opportunity there to steal that pot in position.
Should have value bet. He was so good. 6 must do.
Ace, King, Queen.
And this is the early part of a Cash Kings, if you just joined us. This is a live cash game. We're on a 20-minute to half-hour delay, and the players you see are in the center there. Ronny the Kaiser, regular here in the red top from Switzerland, and to his immediate left is Jan-Peter Jachtmann from Germany, who's a mixed game specialist. And this is seat 1 here, is Saludorak, and making up our 5-handed, I believe we are. That's Rob Yong. And we have Davin in seat 2. We do expect another player to join shortly. We'll keep you updated. And right now we have a Jack, Queen, King, and that's a really good flop for Sekularak, who flops a flush draw, straight flush draw, made straight. And now he has the nuts on the board with that ace coming, and a set of jacks for Rob. And it's a 2,500 bet, and Rob wisely gives it up. Sekularak. See him in seat 1, taking down a pot. And that is our chip counts. Seat 1, 13,500. Davin, Germany, 20,000. Ronny Kaiser, 50,000 he bought in for. Jan-Peter Matman playing 21,000. And Rob Young, who started on 50,000, is down to 42,000. And we have a King 10-10 starting hand in the cutoff for Sekularak, who straddles to 1,400. And Davin comes in with the King 9-7-6. He has diamonds. And Kaiser now on the small blind. And he wants to see a flop. And Jachtmann and Yong also involved here. So we're going to watch 4-way action. Rob has the hearts, but Sekularak has them covered. And that's top set. That is a strong flop for Kings. Top set. It has brought spades, and there's a straight draw, but there's nobody playing the spades. And I believe a bet will take this down. That's what it does. Top set. You can never be too careful in this game. And a strong start, 8,000 profit for a player in seat 1. And watch the action from Ronny and Rob Young. This is where the big pots are going to be, I believe. Rob is a total action player. He plays fast, he plays hard. He's not afraid to gamble. And this is what you need to do in this game, Omaha. Margins are so small, you've got to be willing to put your money in. And you'll see Rob Young do that. And you'll see this young man not afraid to play back at him. Ronny Kaiser. And that is the clubs for Davin with the 10 high clubs and also up and down straight. And now he has completed the straight. A straight from the 6 to the 10. Rob is also playing this straight flush with the 4 high clubs. And that's the problem with playing these low rundown cards. It's so very often you're on the bad end of things. That's what's going to happen if a clubs comes. And Ronny is playing 2 pair, but there's already a straight out there. That's what Davin has. Davin bets it. He raises Rob's bet, and 4,500 to call to Rob now. And Rob is actually drawing dead and correctly makes the fold. We've just began our Poker Millions Festival here in Rozvadov, and we have an Omaha 500 buy-in tournament this evening. Just kicked off. I believe it's a 30,000 guarantee. So anyone around, if you're thinking of popping by, plenty of action. Cash game's already up and running. We have a 2,000 high roller tomorrow, I believe. And right now we're watching a live cash game. Jachtmann folds his button. It's been straddled by the Kaiser. And it's folded right around. And no flop.
Ace, check, 10, something. I would pop, yeah.
There's one real place, so maybe only 100. Because, but, I don't know. It's not easy. Very tough. Afterwards, I've seen the main event will be, I don't know, maybe it's...
This is hand number 8. We're scheduled to play 100 hands. Please do stay with us. This game, as it progresses, will get deeper. Pots will get bigger. That's what happens. These games are notorious for action. They play rather loose. And we're watching Davin, who is German-based poker pro, and he's picked up aces, and he races to 14, and the Kaiser calls with clubs and diamonds, and the action is with Jachtmann, who's playing 2, 6, 8, 9 with spades, and it's a good flop for Kaiser. He's flop trips, nobody on the hearts, and Davin smartly checks. He doesn't make the rookie mistake of overplaying the aces, and a straight comes now, and Kaiser also picks up diamonds, and it looks like he's a virtual lock in this hand, and he's going to bet it out. It's going to be very hard for Davin to continue with the bare aces. There's a straight there, 2 kings on board, and that's what happens, and Kaiser takes down the pot.
Noch keine Zeit für Gewaltenlust. Gewaltenlust.
And we haven't played 10 hands yet, and Rob is down almost 12k, and it's seat 1. It's Kularak, who's the biggest beneficiary. Also Ronny doing quite well. Ronny's bought in for 50,000, and this game is going to heat up. And Rob now with the aces, and he has the diamonds with them, and it's been straddled. Rob is on the straddle, so this is going to be a huge pot because Kularak has raised on the button with spades and hearts, and the Kaiser has the queens, so this is going to be a huge pot because there's no doubt that Rob is going to pot this, and Jachtmann's in there with the spades, so already there's 4,000 in the pot, and it's at 1,300, and Rob has made a pot bet size bet 6,600, and this is a huge bet, and it's 5,300 for Kularak to call, and he's come in, and this is pricing in the Kaiser with the queens, Jack 9, and the Kaiser's not folding here. And he calls, And now Jachtmann's priced in,
Then
even though he's playing a complete clanger hand with the 4-8 of spades, also with ace king. And there's 26,500 already in the pot. And it's a 4-5-2 diamonds. And Rob is going nowhere on this flop. And he moves all in.
6,700.
Now, it's a 26,500 bet. And I cannot see anybody calling here.
How can you pass?
26.
Jachtmann has
Really bad hand.
ace 4. And there's no way Jachtmann's putting his money in here.
should have a pair. I have 2 pair chances, you know.
He has a pair
I think on a flush,
and a good shot. And he's just winding Rob up here.
but I have to hit. That's for sure.
You definitely have to hit. This is a monster for me. I'll get my net worth in on this board.
Just need 25% on my stick. Yes.
I want to call.
You want to call? You want a call? Now it's dangerous, my friend.
And I'm not really sure what's happening because Jachtmann has complete trash. He has a good shot and he's one pair, and I cannot see him calling. He's 11,000 behind.
I might only have one pair.
I have to fold.
And
Because I have
Rob
to-
also
what should I hit with it? I have a gut
has the
shot
good
and
shot, but he has the diamonds
2 pair.
and he has an overpair, and he's 75% to win this hand.
If you just keep this,
And
I would have called.
eventually Jachtmann does what we all knew he was going to do, was muck his hand. And Rob now from 12k down. Am I reading this correct that Jachtmann has called? No, I think they just ran it out.
Gamble, yeah? Come on.
You'll have to forgive me, guys, because I'm not really sure what's happened there. I don't believe that Jachtmann called there.
I thought you showed me this because you have no play, just a draw, and I'm.
And he doesn't. You can see his chip stack. They just ran it out to see what would come. And Jachtmann still has his 11,900 behind. And now we see in one hand Rob Yong from almost 12k behind is 8k in profit and takes down
Nice to see Aces
the
hold up.
26,500 that was in the pot with his bet on the flop.
No boring on that.
This is a 5-handed PLO game. You see another stack there. I'm not sure who's going to join us. I'll get that information very soon.
Then I would have had it crushed.
I would be in first.
Then I would have had it crushed. Even like King flush draw.
And
King Jack flush draws.
this is Davin here on the button.
Turn my hand over and they're like, geez, I've got it. We're winning 2 pairs to win this hand.
C2.
Raise the pot again.
And Rob with the aces again.
No one gonna believe me.
And
Is it? Yeah.
17.
17 is good.
Rob raises it to 1,700.
We're gonna go home a big win
And
tonight.
Sekularek calls. The Kaiser is going to play with the clubs. King 5 of clubs. Ace, King 6-5. Kaiser calls. We have a 5k pot.
I think if you hit one pair there, you have to close your eyes.
And the players won't credit Rob Young for a hand as strong as he does. He has aces with the diamonds, a6 of diamonds, ace king, and it's 3-handed, and that's 996, and Rob still out in front, but Sekularek has clubs and Kaiser also has clubs, and it looks like Rob is betted out. I'd say Sekularek is going to give it up here. queen high flush draw really is drawing, and drawing to a flush on a paired board is not wise. But he looks like he's coming along for the ride. And watch, the Kaiser's going nowhere. Kaiser also has the clubs. And it looks like the Kaiser got out. So it's two-way here. And Rob has bet 9,000, which will put Sekularak all in. And the problem here is Sekularak is totally priced in here, even though there's a pair board and he's chasing a flush, but he also has a good shot straight. He also has a pair. So he's looking for a club, and he has to go in here, I think. That's what he does. He's completely priced in, but Rob is way out in the lead here. He's 2-1 favourite.
He has a flush draw, yeah?
Yeah. Flush 4. Flush on a pair. But not.
So Sekularak now drawing to a 5 for a straight, any club, and a 4. Would also win it, but it doesn't happen. An 8 comes, and Rob Young scoops another pot and busts Sekularak, who will no doubt reload. And Hacks 1981 is asking Davin's PokerStars online name. I do not know that. Any of our viewers out there know, you might help us. I know Ronny was Ronny Y3, I believe, or Ronny YR on PS on PokerStars. And Sekularak down 10,000 and has reloaded. And Rob now 21,100 profit. And Rob Young from Nottingham. He is an action player, and the guys here, they have mixed feelings about playing against Rob because he's very aggressive. He's not afraid to put his money in, and the guy has a tank to bust you. There's no doubt about that. And Davin now with the Jack 10, 10, 8, double suited, clubs and diamonds. It's just called Sekularak's raise. And Rob with another monster hand. He's a blocker to the aces. He has the kings. He's double suited. And the players, again, they're not going to give him credit for a hand this strong. And this is a huge pot. And this is a great start, guys, to our Cash Kings. It's a really strong start. Normally it takes an hour or two to warm up, but it looks like we're going to have some fun today. And that is a flush draw. But look what Kaiser has flopped. A set of 4s with an up and down straight. And Kaiser is actually favourite here, 60%. And this is going to be a monster pot, believe me, because Rob Young plays fast and he will put his money in here on a heart draw. And Kaiser is going nowhere. Kaiser's flopped the set and he's an up and down straight. And I think Rob's made a wise check there, because he wants to see a card. He has the heart draw, and Jachtmann with a good shot, I believe. But the thing about Jachtmann, he'll do his mathematics, but it doesn't really add up if you ask me, because all he's drawing to is a 5. a non-hard 5. And he correctly folds. And Rob Young, Dusk Till Dawn creator, UK poker boss with the hearts, and I don't believe he's going anywhere, and he just calls. So 7,000 call. There's 30,000 in the pot, and this is going to be the biggest pot of the day. And the flush comes, but it brings the house, and this is going to be all the money's going to go in, and both are playing giant stacks. And Rob moves in, and Kaiser has the made house. He's only worried about a bigger house of 6s, but it's Rob he's playing against, and he's no fear putting his money in. And this is an incredibly big pot. It's 100,000 in the pot, and Rob needs to hit a king. He's 2 kings. He's drawn to 2 kings. He's 5%, and it doesn't happen. And that is monster pot. What a start, guys. And the Kaiser, he runs so good in these Cash Kings games.
Wow, nice mistake there for you.
And Ronny, 50,000 profit in that hand, with a house of 4s over 3s. The turn brought the flush for Rob, but it paired the board and gave the house to the young Ronny Kaiser. And Rob will still have a few chips behind, but you're going to see him reload. And we're barely a half an hour into our broadcast, and we've already seen a €100,000 pot.
Don't be scared of me.
Lucky boy, I made that mistake.
Do stay with us, guys. This is only going to get bigger and better.
I had a problem reading the cards before this actually.
And Rob hit his flush. Turned out to be a really terrible card for him, because it gave Ronny the house. And Rob was first to act. He moved in, hoping that Kaiser was just playing the straight, because it was Kaiser that bet the flop. 3-4-6 flop. When the board paired, Rob bet it out. And Kaiser now with the queens. And Davin with the jacks. And Ronny has just scooped a 100,000 pot, has raised it. He's pop betted to 7,000 plus with the queens. And Jachtmann on the button has called. And it looks like Rob has called with diamonds and hearts, 3, 7, 8, 10. And the action is around to our seat 1, Kolarak, who's reloaded. He busted his first 10k to Rob Young. He's 1,200 in. It's costing him 6,000. And he has the diamonds, which would be good. And Davin with the jacks and the clubs is priced in here. And it's 30. What a great start to our Cash Kings session here today. 36,000 pre-flop. It's a 5-handed PLO game. The blinds are 100-100. And we're 5-hand. It's a family pot. And it's 5, 6, 9. It's a made straight for Rob Young. And he don't mess around. And he's all in for 18,000. And I can't see anyone calling here. Kaiser just has the queens. No spade on the board. And he's going to fold, and Jachtmann on the button is having a chuckle. And he's saying, you're stealing again, Rob. And Jachtmann's only 10 behind. He's getting almost 5 to 1 on his money, but I don't think he's going to call here. He does. The mathematics were too compelling for him. And he's backdoor clubs. He has a made pair of 5s. Rob Young has the made straight. The diamonds come for Rob. And he needs a jack, Jachtmann. And the diamond completes the flush for Rob Young. And Rob busts the second player at the table, Jan-Peter Jachtmann, who will certainly reload because this is a juicy game. It started off full of action, and the guy creating the action is in seat 5 on your very right hand side, or seat. He's the 5th player. He's the last player on the right. Rob Young, you see him there, seat 7. He's playing now 65,000. He's actually in profit. So that was a pretty big pot there. Jachtmann down 30,000.
It was a good comeback flop.
That mistake by me though. I've been in Vegas, so jet lag, super hard. I'm concentrating.
And we still have some comments about the massive 100,000 hand between Young and Kaiser. I believe it was Rob to act first. And I think Rob led out. I could be wrong about that because they got the money in really quick. But it's very hard to hear the players talk. So it could have went check and Ronny announced bet, and then all we seen on the camera was Rob putting in his chips, you know. So either way, both got it in. Rob had the made flush on the turn. Ronny had the boat. And we're on here now to a 3-way pot. Davin, Kolarak, Jachtmann. And Jachtmann with the spades. But Davin has a 3. And the king also gives Jachtmann a straight draw to go with his flush draw. And it looks like it's gone check, check. And the 2 is not going to change the result. Davin is going to scoop the 5k in the pot with trip trees. Bets it out, but Jachtmann is going to fold here, and I'm not sure why he's taking his time to fold, and he does the right thing and gives it up. If you've just joined us, viewers, my name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland. And I'm here in Rozvadov, King's Poker Room, the largest poker venue in Europe. The best action in Europe, there's no doubt about it. 24/7 action. And what we're watching is typical of what goes on here on a weekly basis. This is a Cash Kings PLO session. and the min buy-in is 5,000. I don't believe any player bought in for 5,000. We've had several that bought in for 50,000, and the blinds are 100, 100, and it's a 5-handed game. We do expect another player, and we've had a really terrific start. Loads of action, all from Rob Yong. Right in the middle of all the big pots, Rob. And he went right down. He was down 30,000, back up in profit now. And Kaiser is the big winner so far. Very early days. We're scheduled for 100 hands. And Yong Peter Jachtmann, who's to Rob Young immediate right, he is a PLO specialist. He won the PLO World Championship, the 10K main PLO event at the World Series several years ago. And you won't see him too often in the Hold'em games, but he is a big lover of PLO, and he's a hugely successful PLO player. He's now the German Party Poker Player Ambassador, and that's where we are at the moment. We're in the middle of a party poker festival. We have lots to come over the next few days. We're going to be broadcasting every day for the next week here from Kings, right up until Monday, I believe, with the final table of the Party Millions, which is a 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed event. And you'll get all the action here, guys. And we are watching lines of 100, 100, but you will notice that it gets quickly straddled. Up to 400 now seems to be the standard straddle, but that's entirely up to the players. But it will be obligatory at the end of the session. They'll make an agreement coming towards the end, and you'll see larger straddles right up to 1,600 and sometimes 32. And we've an ace, king, ace, and nobody is playing diamonds, and no one with an ace or a king. And Sikularak has Queen Jack 10. And first the bet's going to win this. And Kaiser figuring out that nobody has anything here and makes a bet 500. And Jachtmann with a good shot. And the pair of eights is actually ahead. The bet was so small, 500. And the diamond comes, which actually gives Kaiser the hand. He'll never believe his pair of nines with aces is going to win, and that's what it does. And that's Ronny Kaiser in the red top from Switzerland. If you're a regular viewer, you will recognize him. Frequent player on the high stakes PLO games here in Kings. Former online legend, absolutely huge player online, has won everything online, and now plays live very successfully. That's Davin, who's just folded in the cutoff, and the Kaiser is going to play 6, 9, 10 queen, and Jachtmann with the hearts on the small blind, and the big blind is Rob Young, who's also going to play, but he doesn't know. Rob's tightening up, and it's 2, 3 of hearts with a 7 of clubs, and Jachtmann with the heart draw, and Sikularak bets out.
Party poker diamond calls.
Check. What is the diamond one you're gonna do on the turn?
And what's winning here at the moment is a pair of eights for Sikularak. And he checks. And sorry, he bets 1,000. And Jachtmann chasing his hearts, which will be good if they come. But it's a jack. So 8s and jacks are in the lead.
Last action. It's 8, I think, is good. You know it's good.
And it's gone check, check, I believe. And the 8s will scoop
Sure it was a strange bet.
the pot. And Banana Split Pot asking about the new hotel.
The whole deck for you, isn't it?
And we
You can hit an 8 or a 5.
are expecting the completion of the new 5-star hotel. It's going to be an amazing addition to the resort here. We expect the completion to be mid-August. That's the information that I have. Mid-August, it's a 5-star luxury hotel with a full top floor, all suites, and a wellness and spa, new bar, actually a greater gaming area, new gaming area, more poker tables, and it really is a sight to see here. Every time I come back, there's a new hotel, there's new accommodation completed, and this 5-star new hotel will be a superb addition. And it's all hands on decks here. Every time you come, you see the hard hats out, and basically by the day it's getting more popular. King's Poker Room, all the big online brands want to be here, all the big festivals, and we have 24/7 action here, and it's being broadcast 24/7 now, guys. So go on Twitch any time of the day, you'll see a replay or you'll see live. There's, I believe, up to 100 hours of live poker every week, and with some of the top casters in Europe, the likes of Elke and Joey Ingram, some really great contributors, and they were gracious enough to give me a small slot, and I hope I can add to what they're creating here, because it really is very exciting. This is the home of live poker, and it's just getting bigger and better. And right now we're in the middle of the Party Poker Millions, and that's a million guaranteed festival. There's loads of side events daily, guys, action every day. So if you fancy popping in for a session, be it for a couple of hours or a couple of days, there will be something here to suit you. The girls on the desk will look after you with accommodation needs, and they have a full fleet of transport, shuttle cars, shuttle buses. You can fly into any airport, like loads of airport service. Nuremberg, Munich, Prague is probably the handiest if you're coming from abroad, and it really is a hot spot of action. And right now this is the Cash Kings, and you're looking at Ronny Kaiser, who's 36k in profit, and a really wicked start for Jachtmann, who is down 30,000, and he picks up the aces here. He's in the cutoff, he's on the straddle for 400, and isn't it great to pick up on the straddle, pick up a monster hand? And he has ace, 8-7, and the Kaiser has made a raise, and Jachtmann's certainly going to play back and bump this pot up.
Don't mess around with the
And
diamonds.
the Kaiser's going to play. He has the spades and the clubs,
Right like a diamond.
but straight away the aces will register in Ronnie's mind as a reasonable holding that Jachtmann has. And it's two-way, and 4 Jack-9 flop. And that is a good shot for Kaiser. There is backdoor clubs there, backdoor diamonds for Jachtmann with the overpair, and the Kaiser bets it out. And Jachtmann moves all in. And Kaiser's compelled to call. So it's an interesting hand here. Jachtmann has the aces, backdoor diamonds. Kaiser has a made pair, and they're going to run it twice, it looks like. Jachtmann still in the lead here. And that holds for Jachtmann on the first run out. It's a 45,000 pot. And when they choose to run it twice, that means the pot is split into two. And the first run out, which we see is 8-3, that goes to Jachtmann, the first half of the pot. And now, the second half of the pot. It's possible it could be 3 times they're running it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. 3 times they're going to run it. And that's 2 pair now for the Kaisers, 80% to win this. And that is a straight. That's a made straight for the Kaiser. So it looks like the pot was split, well, it was just twice they ran it, excuse me. They ran it twice, was split into 2, and Jachtmann holds with the aces on the first half. And the second half of the pot goes to Ronny, who turn 2 pair and riveted straight. And it's a chop pot. And we're on to the next hand. Rob has gone off to do some business. He's probably creating a 10 million guarantee event in China or somewhere. And we're going to be 4-handed for a little bit.
Can you do it 3 times here or not? No. 4 if you want. I'm not sure. How many times can we run it? Only twice or?
It's up to you. On
can do it.
turn it's allowed 4 times on beginning.
So also 3 times.
3 is very complicated.
So I like 3.
Like 3?
And blinds are 100, 100.
3 is so... I mean, here it's better.
And
You
Jachtmann
are very good.
has straddled to 200.
1, 2, 2.
So Kolorak is on the button with spades. Ace 9, 4, 3. And so Kolorak, not a great start.
You raise 800.
Reloaded,
Can you give me 100?
and he's decided to raise here.
800.
And Davin has clubs and hearts. And
1,700.
I believe they're 1,000 chips. And Davin has bet back. The yellows are 1,000s. The whites are hundreds.
6 call.
And it looks like Jachtmann is called here. They really do play quite loose, these games. And I'm not sure what Kolorak was doing raising with the ace 9, 4, 3. But this is the problem. He's found himself now in a big pot. And basically, he's 11,000 behind, and there's over 8,000 in the pot. And Davin has hit the jack there, and Jachtmann has the good shot. Davin's first act. He's backdoor hearts, backdoor clubs. Top pair, top kicker. But it really is
8,200.
a dangerous board, but that doesn't deter him. And he's bet 8,000, and I believe that is a pot size bet of 8,200, and that bet will get through. Jachtmann folds, and Kolorak, who's just disappointed with himself there, he potted on the button with very weak holdings, and he got played back. And that's the problem in Omaha. When you get 3-bet in Omaha and you're in position, it's almost 100% right to call all the time. I mean, that's the thing. But he found himself in real bad shape, and Davin took full advantage. Bet out, top pair, top kicker, a couple of backdoor flushes, takes down a sizable pot.
3
ante when I was 35, 50k back or whatever. I did this young gentleman capitalising on my mistakes.
And Kaiser now in the small blind.
6 call.
And Davin called on the button. It's a 400 straddle. Rob has just completed his business deal with the Prime Minister of China, and he's back at the table. And it's King 2-8 flop,
4 check. 6 check.
and Sekularak has top pair there.
2 bets 1,500.
And he bets it out.
3 fold. 4 fold. 6 fold.
And Jachtmann folds 2 pair.
Yeah. Remember we played first time?
And that's our chip count. And Sekularak 17k minus,
No, I tried to.
but it's Jachtmann
And then he suddenly,
almost 33,000 behind. And Rob is 12k up, but the big winner,
tried to make a nice bluff.
no surprise, Ronny Kaiser from Switzerland, 35k profit. We're on hand number 21.
Und dann, bevor ich das Bluff machen wollte, der dauert so lange die Spiel, weißt du, schmeiß ich.
He raised 700.
Und ich sag, was jetzt? Und dann habe ich dann das durchgegangen am Löwen und habe ich gezeigt, weißt du jetzt, warum ich das mache? Ja, okay. Aber so als wenn ich jetzt da so mit irgendwie super nuts da sitze und irgendwie jetzt, weißt du, so mit Asche und tu so einen auf
6, 7 calls.
Schauspiel, weißt du.
I'll never play with you again.
We do expect an additional player to join, and I'll let you know as soon as I know, viewers. I promise I will let you know who it is.
But I'd like the shot.
I've heard Renato. It was reserved for Renato, but I don't have full confirmation
You have 30 seconds.
that he's en route. But as soon as I do, I will let you know.
Yeah.
At the moment, we're 5-handed.
3,500.
The blinds are 100-100.
You had some time bank chips, so it's 1 minute, or how much is that?
It's a pretty big pot. It's a family pot.
7 call.
Jachtmann was a huge hand here.
Right?
But everyone gets into the mood a bit.
He has the diamonds.
Shot clock and starts self-policing. You don't get any issues.
It's a really good development.
He has an up and down straight.
6 bet 10,500.
Rob is actually favoured here. He has the made sevens, but it's the straight that he's chasing.
7
And Jachtmann makes it 10,000 and makes it too expensive for Rob to continue. And Jachtmann takes down the pot.
Nice, nice. Many outs.
Which I told you.
Many outs. Good. Diamond good too.
Diamonds.
Shine bright like
That's
a
our
diamond.
chip count, guys.
little 400.
I always have diamond. I could use this.
Jachtmann clawing back some of the losses. He was 35k down, and I believe after that hand against Rob now he's 26k down.
I'm happy you play with me.
And we're looking at a 400 straddle
7 call.
I think that stack will come.
from the Kaiser,
Probably.
and it's been folded around to him,
But then
and
after this comes in, and
he
I'm fine.
picks up the blinds. 112 he picked up. That's €400 for not playing a card. Not bad work if you can get it. No sweat. The button moves now to Rob,
Blind
and
race.
Ronny be under the gun, who's going to make it 200. And you can see the white chips are 400. Jachtmann makes it 400.
One of the world's
And
biggest cash game players.
it looks like Rob is straddled to 8. Rob is blind raising, that's what it is.
Keep quiet.
It's like the same thing like that.
That looks like a blind raise on the button
I'm always even.
to 1600. Rob had the money out before he looked.
Yeah, I'm blind. Blind raise, man.
That's good.
Jachtmann's going to play this with the clubs and the diamonds.
Yeah, it's a blind raise.
1600.
But Rob actually has him
16.
outkicked with the bigger kicker to the king. Jachtmann has the clubs and
I
diamonds.
think you can play this one.
60.
And that's going to be an action. That's got an action flop because Jachtmann is up and down and Rob has flopped top pair. And there's already 8,000 plus here. Now Jachtmann picks up a pair, but
7 check.
Rob has top pair, and Rob's top pair holds. And if Jachtmann could find a bet here, he could take it down, I'm sure. I don't believe Rob would call with the pair jack,
I think I can't.
but
if you-
Jachtmann can't do it, and Rob's going to be delighted to see a check there
you were too good.
because
7 check, please showdown.
he has showdown value. He shows the jack and he wins the pot.
King high,
King Jack. Premium.
And
King Jack. Is...
Rob bet blind there.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I almost folded. Excuse me. 5 is nuts.
Worked out well for him.
Can you pull back?
Check, check, check.
This is what I mean. I lost. Yeah. I said King Jack is good. I said you have no pair.
Jachtmann saying he didn't see the jack.
What was that? First I would have pulled. Then I said
30,000 behind.
Absolutely, probably should be bet there.
Just an hour into her schedule for 4 hours.
Never mind them.
Yeah, I believe.
And if you've just joined us, you're watching a cash game live from King's
Thinking if you are
Casino.
amateur, I would say, yeah,
Blinds are 100, 100. But you can see here it's been straddled up.
I know,
Jachtmann
this is a very-
makes
you
it
know,
to
I like
Yong
this
4,
from Leon.
and
You're real, he and
Rob
you're
has
a
picked
real
up the kings
pro
on the
because
straddle,
you live- yes, you
and the
live
button
on-
is
you live on rake,
with
you have-
Sekularak.
That's the goal.
folds.
You're a real pro. That's right.
Davin folds. Kaiser with 4 hearts decides to play ace 5 6 3.
I can give a tip.
6 go. No?
Yes,
And
you
Jachtmann
Thank you.
always get-
calls. We want to see a raise.
Because we don't want to get the money off the table.
You can have another 100.
We're going to have a look, said Rob. There's the raise.
700.
I can raise more than that.
Give me 500, please.
Guys, don't let me down here. Just not playing tight on me.
4 call.
This guy can't even-
And it's 1,700 to play now.
Unbelievable.
And
So
we're going to have 3-way action.
Great hand. You'll be okay.
And it's the 3 action players on the table.
we have another player.
It's Ronny, Jachtmann, and Rob Young.
Check.
And that's top set
Check.
again for Rob.
7
And
bet.
nobody playing diamonds. I can't see anyone continuing here. Unless Jachtmann has something like a 10. But no, he folds. And Rob takes down another pot.
This game's licensed under the Gambling Act.
That's our 5 players,
That
guys.
means you all have to gamble, guys.
Sekularak, seat 1, Davin, Germany, seat 2, Ronny Kaiser, 3, Jan Peter Jachtmann, and Rob Young complete. Need 5 players.
Is it easy if we just make it 1-2 and then you don't have to straddle? Because everyone's straddling 2 now. Is that easy for you guys?
For me, it doesn't.
Hand number 25, and this time is Sekularak who picks up the kings. And he is on a 400 straddle.
Play a hand soon then, yeah?
So we're going to see a raise.
When you were gone, every hand.
I believe it'll be limped around, and you're going to see Sekularak bump this up. But first, Jachtmann gets in there first. No, it was Kaiser that raised to 1,500.
4.8.
And Kaiser makes it 1,500. And we're going to see Sekularak raise with the kings. And Ronnie's going nowhere. This is a monster pot.
Give me 800, please.
And Sekularak is going to put it all in here. He's only 7.5 behind. There's already 10k out there. So it's going to be very hard for Sekularak not to put the rest of his dough in here. And that's a really bad flop for him. Comes an ace, which will scare him. and it's a straight flush draw for Kaiser, and Kaiser just bets it straight out, and that's probably one of the few flops that Sakularak can fold, and he does fold, and the ace completely put him off. He had a good shot, but he valued his king straight away when he seen the ace high, and Ronny bets out his draw, takes down the pot. And we're missing a few regulars here at the Cash Kings. None other than Kings creator and owner Leon Tournick, who is final table at the Super Bowl High Roller. That's a $300,000 buy-in. 56 players started. We're down to the final 8 there. And Leon flying the flag for Kings. He's average stack. And it starts later on this evening, I believe around 10 or 11 o'clock Central European time. And wishing Leon all the best. He's doing quite well. He has his poker coach with him, Martin Caprell, who's been in the spotlight again. Caprell getting into trouble. Seen an incident there last night. I don't know if you fans were watching it. It was quite funny. One of the players complaining about Martin, and Leon got into a bit of a spat with Jason Kuhn over it, but held himself so well, Leon. Real class act, and we wish him all the best. 6 million up top. It's an incredibly big tournament, and that's why Leon is absent from the table today. And we're in hand number 27 here now. And it's Kaiser on the straddle. And diamonds come, nobody playing the diamond. Oh, sorry, Jachtmann has the diamonds. And he hits a pair of 8s with a good shot. So Jachtmann bets out the 1,000. And Kaiser's going nowhere. He's the 7-9. 2 comes. No diamond. And it's 3,400. I don't think Ronny's going to call here. It doesn't make good business to chase a straight on a flush board. So what he's doing is raising, it looks like. Is that right? No, it's a 3,400, just a call. And he's going to continue. He does hold the jack, and there's Jachtmann actually hits the straight there with the 10 jack. And Kaiser has a straight also to the 10, and he bets it out. This is a problem, chasing a bad straight. And Jachtmann moves all in, and Ronny knows now what he's up against. So Jachtmann now with the straight to the queen. Kaiser has the straight to the 10. He's playing 7-10. Jachtmann playing Jack 10. And Ronny knows 100% he's beat. And he'd be just throwing away 15 grand here if he calls, and he's going to realise that. I can't see him calling. But he's trying to convince himself. The game's play so loose here. This is the problem. And he... He's trying to convince himself that Jachtmann might be at it. He might have missed the diamonds. And Jachtmann does have a rep for doing this. But the problem is, Jachtmann has missed his diamonds. But he's completed the nut straight. And Ronny can read that. And he's going to give it up. There's no way he's putting in 15 grand here. With these second nuts. And eventually, Ronny does the right thing,
You play that shit.
and he does fold the second nuts.
Professional poker player, you play
He
the
bet out the river when he hit it straight to the 10.
Later in the stream.
And Jachtmann quickly moves all in.
said that I have rights to look at any
And
results at any time.
Ronny Kaiser correctly folds. And now Sakularak is the biggest loser so far today. It is early stages, guys. Hand 28.
I think he's continuing his area game.
Yeah, 10 o'clock though. 10 o'clock.
Just about 30% of the way through our session here. And if you've just joined us, you're watching a Cash King session live from King's Casino, Rozvadov. This is a PLO cash game. The blinds are 100, 100. And it's a 5-handed game. We have a 6th player that will arrive very soon. And the action is being quite furious so far, with a really strong start. And all the action coming from these guys, Rob Yong and Ronny Kaiser. And Kaiser just outflops Rob, who has the aces, and he's going to check this. And that's a smart check because he has the good shot. And the flush comes, so Ronny's checked this, but Ronny has a made house. He has the nut house. He's trying to trap. Rob's bet 1,000, and this is where Ronny pulls the trigger. And he makes it 4 grand, and I don't think Rob's going to continue here.
How you gonna get
All
paid
he's
for that?
chasing is
It's not possible to get
an
paid
ace.
for
He's
that.
5% to win, and he's going to read this for what it is.
Go explain it again.
Oh, but it's
Ronny.
amateur.
Check trapping.
I'm only getting caught by a better hand here.
Ronny makes it 4 grand.
You've been
And
playing long or?
Rob's going to fold the aces here.
Just started.
Yeah, I have ace king. 2 aces in my hand.
And Ronny is just hoping that Rob picked up clubs, but Rob correctly folds the aces and Ronny takes down another pot. And that's our big winner today. He's up to almost 30 grand profit. And Rob doing extremely well after a up and down start. He's 15k in profit. And it's young Peter Jachtmann, 19,000 down. And Shakularak, who's 23,000 down. Davin is even. Keeping a very low profile, Davin. It's typical of Davin. He doesn't really impose his personality on the tables. He likes to just sit back and take his time and let the other big shots at it, so to speak. But he's a quality act, this guy Davin. He really is a top mixed game player and makes his living from playing cash. And very often comes out in the good end of these games. And Ronny, 7-9 Jack Queen, has made it 1,500, And Rob Young calls with the clubs Ace Queen, 8-6. And it's the same story. It's these two guys constantly at it, the two big stacks. And the aces come for Rob. Nobody playing the diamonds. And Rob has a virtual lock in this hand.
No bluffing.
Bets it out.
Card comes down, doesn't like it.
Ronny folds.
ABC, ABC.
I just started.
Yeah, but you've got to try and represent something, and sometimes you have to represent. So in future times, you get paid when you have it.
Rob is very good in
I don't mind
talking
teaching.
people in all the. It's fabulous. Provoking and
Poker lesson with party poker.
400.
I'm trying to help him. He looks like.
It's true. It
He's
looks
very
like
nice. He's very nice.
I'm going to tell you, ask a
Very
simple
nice
question,
guy.
yeah? Simple question.
But he's a killer with a baby face. You know?
Is this a genuinely nice kid? He's a nice lad, yeah?
3, 4.
He's not like a bad person, is he?
He takes your money nicely.
He can never take my money unless I make a mistake. It's impossible.
You talk about
Sorry.
tonight or
No,
the whole.
5.
He will not take the whole money you have. That's for sure. Because you're too rich. Little 15.
Yes.
That's another thing. You can never.
And you're very welcome if you just joined us. We're watching a cash game from Kings Casino. It's Cash Kings. It's a 100 PLO game. We're actually 5-handed at the moment. We had a frantic start here. Within the first half an hour, we had a €100,000 pot taken down by Ronny Kaiser against Rob Young. Rob came right back though. He busted this gentleman in seat 1, Kularak, and also busted Jachtmann, who's sitting to his immediate right. Both players reloaded.
Very easy to play. Almost play blind without looking at scores.
And all the action is coming from Rob, Ronny,
To do it.
and Jachtmann. That side of the table, as you look on the right-hand side. And Davin playing a
I've never done that.
typically quiet game.
Last time we played
And
here, there was like.
do stay with us because it's just going to get better. And Vince is in the house. How are you, Vince? So pleased you joined us. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you down here again, Vince.
And I said there was King Queen suited. I know
Hope
he
you can
makes
make
it,
it for
so I
this
just check.
Party Poker Millions Festival. Promises to be quite an event. 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed, right up your street, Vince.
That's why they start raising. And so he goes all in like 70 or 80K.
Already there is a PLO 500 taking place at the moment. I believe it's a 30k guarantee. Tomorrow we have a 2k high roller. And then the main 2,000 main Manny side event side. There's a 100 buy-in, 50,000 guaranteed. There's a 80 buy-in, 30,000 guaranteed. And this is Rob Young yet again in the pot. It was straddled by Kularak. Notice that Davin didn't make it 400, but he has picked up the aces and he just flattered with the aces. Kaiser's called. Rob has the jacks and just called. And this is what Davin wanted. Kularak made it 1,000, and I thought Davin would isolate there, but he's opted just to flat call with the aces unsuited, and Kaiser with the low rundown, the 2-2-5-6, and he's hitting up and down, Kaiser, and Rob has hit top pair, but Kularak has top pair, top kicker, and Davin has the overpair. So probably going to see a bet call here, and that's what we do see. Rob has bet, and Kularak has called, and Davin could have won this pot if you ask me. He could have isolated pre.
Commentating Mr.
He could have potted
Ladies and gentlemen,
Kularak's raise, which I thought that's what he was setting up, and he would have been in great shape, especially on that flop.
No, but you've got good shots. Say you've got like.
But he opts to fold, and now Kaiser has the up and down straight. There's no flush draw there.
You can make a legitimate move here.
he says good shot, but he means gut shot. Don't misunderstand, please, sir.
And Ronny is considering a pot here.
Makes it like 9k, 50-50 chance everyone folds.
He's certainly going to continue. He has the up and down, straight, the high end, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he does raise.
See, now
And
we got him where you want him. That's what
Rob has 2 pair, queen 3, and I've seen Rob fold 2 pair before, but it's a bet raise, and he does. He shows Jachtmann as 2 pair, and he folds,
Fold, eh?
and that's a quality move.
What do you think is my last card?
Pair 2s wins it.
I know
Do you
100%
believe
you have
that?
6 in your hand.
And that's what he's going to show, the pair 2s, just to wind the guys up.
That's easy.
So,
That's easy.
I saw Jack.
It's 5, Steve. How'd you pay out?
Unbelievable. Yeah, I saw it.
He's your favourite. Favourite against my hand with a...
I wish I didn't have it low because on this board,
And Vince talking about the
He normally just
Super Bowl high roller. We mentioned it earlier on, Vince. It is quality entertainment. And what an opportunity for Leon. He's absolutely buzzing out there. I really loved the confrontation with Jason Kuhn. I thought it was really funny. Martin Cabral, of course, in the middle of it. But yes, we're all shouting Leon here, shouting for him. Really hope he can do it.
What price that you had a 5 to me? We bet now. I will bet on you had a 5. We settled up with the stream.
Right now, guys, you're watching
Are you claiming you didn't have a 5?
a PLO cash game here. And it's Davin with the jacks.
Trying to make us believe.
It was a 5.
Of course. You have a very, very
Kaiser has straddled to 400, and it's Rob Yong. And he's playing 9-5-5-3.
It's a nice hand. Rainbow board.
Deuce, 5, 6.
I like his hand better than mine. I have that winner at the moment. It's close. He's not even bluffing, he's got more equity. I want to see a stone cold proof, my friend. Where you have no outs. Doesn't count. Somebody must have an ace.
And nobody with an ace.
This is the
No hearts. Davin in the lead with the jacks. And the jacks are good here.
Jacks.
And it's just checked around.
This is more the same.
And
from
Davin
the
takes down
Roony told him play, the stone
a
cold
small pot.
with nothing.
You can do it in Omaha.
You can, but it's not very successful.
No. But then, when you're caught,
At least you need a gut shot.
then you're caught.
At least we got.
It may be successful in a year's time when you play the same player. When he remembers it for a bigger pot. Poker is an investment game.
This looks like your strategy, huh? Invest for the future.
Yeah, lose the
No,
future.
he tried to cheat bluff first hand, you know. He thinks, oh, look at this guy.
You see a chip stack out, guys, and an empty seat. I believe it's Renato. We will get confirmation of that soon. As soon as I know, I will let you know. But right now, we're watching 5-handed. And this is the man, the action man.
Don't let me down. Can't play, but you can.
1500 with 7-7-8 deuce. And I laugh because it is such a weak starting hand. Very few players would enter a pot with this weak holding.
So
But
dangerous.
Jachtmann knows what he's up
So
against.
dangerous to fall out of.
And Kaiser knows what he's up against, and re-raise has made it 5 grand. And Jachtmann calls 5 grand. And Rob now with 8-7-7 deuce is going to put 5 grand in the pot. And it's ace 10-3. Jachtmann with the hearts.
Listen.
And
Einige starts in Yong, huh?
Kaiser and Jachtmann both have good shots. And I think Jachtmann's going to lead out here. No, he just decides to peel a card. And Rob is thinking he's no chance of winning this. And he's just going to check. Thought he might be tempted for a move. and the 10 comes, and that's a real scare card. The clubs come for Kaiser. Jachtmann has the hearts. Both Kaiser and Jachtmann have a straight draw, and Rob is going to have a blast of this. And it's 15,000 in the pot. He just makes it 8,000. And it's bad business chasing a flush or straight draw on a pair board. And that's why this is an interesting bet, because it has a strong chance of getting through. Kaiser has the king high clubs, and he needs a queen to make a good shot Broadway straight, and he decides that even if he does hit, it mightn't be good. And now it's Jachtmann, who never believes Rob, so we may see a call here. He's the queen high hearts, and he does make a call. And Rob now is feeling like he's drawing dead. We know he's very live, but the hearts come for Jachtmann. Rob hitting his ace, but he'll realise that's absolutely useless. And this is the end of the pot here. Jachtmann's hit his flush. He's going to bet it out. And it took a lot of heart to make that call in the turn. I believe if Rob potted it, probably Jachtmann folds, but called 8,000. He felt he would be good if he hit. He has hit, and now he's bet it out. And Rob can't do anything except fold.
Die Hand schaue ich mir an. Die nimmt mich jetzt mal Wunder. Was da passiert wäre, wenn ich geraced hätte.
Jachtmann now right back up there, almost even. And Rob has gone back into the minus, but Shakularak, who's almost 30k down, Davin just about even, and Ronny in the center is the winner at the moment. Early days, guys. Hand 34 from possible 100 hands, I think. And hi Mick, thanks for joining. You're watching a Cash Kings here, 100 lines, PLO Cash King. Plenty of action so far, and all coming from this side of the table with Jachtmann, Ronny, and the UK poker boss, Mr. Rob Yong. And we four-way here. Rob has made it 2k pre. Now Davin has flopped a house. It's the nut house, and he's checked. And Rob has come out betting. And Davin is just going to call here because that's the way he's playing. He's underrepresenting the strength of his hands. He's looking again, but he knows he's the nuts. Now, very rarely do you slow play the nuts in this game, but this is definitely one of the opportunities to do that, and he doesn't. He's just going to end the hand. And I would have liked to see him give Rob another opportunity there to bang in a bet, but Rob probably smart enough to close down with Davin calling. And he's made 10k profit there, and that brings him up to 10k profit for the day. But the other winner, the big winner, is Ronny Kaiser. He's sitting on 80 grand now. The blinds are €100, €100, but you can see it being straddled. Rob would always straddle, but he's just texting the Chinese Prime Minister confirming that big event he's doing there soon. he did straddle to 200, so Sikularek straddles to 4, and Davin called with the 10s and the diamonds, and Kaiser's called with the hearts, and
Two raise 1,600.
was called right around, and Sikularek has decided to use his option to raise on the straddle with 9,776, and Davin is called. And it's 4-way now, and there's 6,500 in the pot, and Davin flops the diamonds, and Kaiser with two pair of kings and sixes, and nobody holding an ace, and it's checked right around, and Kaiser's checked again, and nobody wants this, and maybe Sikularek will try and steal it, but he checks, and Davin with the diamonds gets there, but the full house for Kaiser. So you're probably going to see a value bet here from Kaiser, and you may see it called. There's a chance Davin might pay him off here, because Ronny is playing this session very loose, very aggressive. He's played every pot. He's put in a lot of chips with very weak hands, and that's what Davin is considering, that his flush might be good here, that Kaiser might just have a bare king with a queen kicker, which that's what he does have, but he has the 6 also, and that's what he does call him off, and that's what happens with Ronny, because the difference between him and Davin is Ronny's an action player, and when he has it he does get paid, whereas very often Davin doesn't get paid. And that brings him up to 40,000 profit for the day, Ronny. And we're still early doors yet. And it's been a really tremendous, strong start. I thought with 5 players we may not get as much action as we normally do, but it's been absolutely terrific. If you've just joined us, we've already had a €100,000 pot between Ronny and Yong. And all the action is coming from Ronny and Rob. And that's why Davin paid him off there with his weak flush. And now Sikularek, who's having a bad day, he's on the straddle, but Davin has now raised it with the diamonds. And Jachtmann calls with the 10s, and Rob gets out of the way. And Sikularek has the jacks and the spades. It's 3-way. It's a flop game, as we know, so anything can happen, and nobody hits anything, no clubs. Davin hits a pair of 6s, and it's gone check. Into Davin, and Davin decides with his good shot to bet it. Good shot, backdoor diamonds. Jachtmann has the 10s and he'll fold. We'll probably see Sikularek fold as well. And that's what I like to see from Davin, because he will get respect, this guy, if he bets.
Very strong in the UK market, very poor in German market. We're getting stronger in Russia now. Germany's like really important market. Right, so just when we get into it.
Any of our listeners considering a visit here this weekend, we've some crazy action. We have obviously the main event, 1,000 buy-in, million guarantee, but there's many side events and really fantastic. I mean, I've seen a 50,000. There's I think it's 115 buy-in for 50,000 guaranteed. There's a 30,000 guaranteed for 100 buy-in, and 80 buy-in, 20,000 guaranteed, and really good selection of side events. Obviously, it's going to be jam-packed 24/7. It's going to be serious cash games. I believe the immediate hotels are booked out, but there is accommodation options. The girls here in Kings will set you up. I made a few bookings today myself for some friends coming over. They don't want to miss out on what promises to be some really fantastic poker. And this is just the start of it. This is the first day of the Cash Kings. We're going to have Cash Kings for 3 days. I believe it's PLO again tomorrow and then Hold'em on Friday. Again, that changes. The players dictate the story around here. So whatever the players want, the players get. That's the philosophy. And it's a quality game, this Cash Kings. It's renowned all over Europe and broader afield for being very, very loose. Plenty of action. It's rake free. And you're going to see some thrilling hands with huge stakes.
And my friend Patrick Leonard, he's running something called the Diamond Club. Diamond.
The diamond.
Which is for the guys that rake over $100,000. We look after them. They get 50% rake back plus seats to our events.
Take it down.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Trying to kill off all the
And Rob doing a bit of promoting on the table. Talking about the new rake back on Party Poker. And that's our scoreboard. Sekularak, 30,000 down. And it's Ronny who's the big beneficiary. He's 40k in profit. And also Davin is in profit. And Jachtmann, who's under the gun on the straddle, and Rob has made a 400. So first to act will be the button here. Sekularak, who's going to throw away 866 deuce. And Davin folds, and Kaiser is certainly playing this hand. And he makes it 1500. And Jachtmann quickly calls with queens. And Rob Young has flopped a full house, Jack 5. Nobody playing the spades. It's going to be hard for Rob to get action here. But he's such a loose cannon that he very well may get action from Jachtmann with the queens. And that's what happens. Jachtmann does call him. Now Jachtmann can outdraw him by hitting a queen, and that doesn't happen. And this is going to end the hand because the spades come, and Rob is going to be hoping that Jachtmann has hit his spades and he's bet 6,000, but Jachtmann just has the bare queens, and I'd be astounded if Jachtmann can continue here. He's made a speculative call because of it was Rob, and Rob can be at it, and he does call. So he's drawing to 2 cards here, Jachtmann. Any queen, it would get Rob in serious trouble if it happens. Doesn't happen. Another spade comes. So Jachtmann here, he's checking. He doesn't believe Rob. And Rob's going to value bet again. And Jachtmann gives up. I'm not sure what happened on the river there. There was a showdown. So it's possible that Rob checked to try and trap. You're looking at a 5-handed PLO game here. We have an extra stack there. I've been told it's Renata that's joining us, but I don't have full confirmation that he will be here. But once I find out, I will let you guys know. And we just seen Rob take a monster pot down from Jachtmann. And on the button is Davin now with the 10s. And Sekularak has straddled to 4 and Davin limps. Kaiser gives it up, and Jachtmann now. He's going to call. And Rob Young certainly going to play King Jack 8-7.
When I started to play, it was the biggest side.
I started playing on
And that was 600 that Rob put in, but he's held to a call. That was his intention. And Sekularak just checks his option on the straddle. He's playing pocket eights on the diamonds. And it comes down ace, 9, 6. Sekularak hits the 9. And Davin has the good shot. But look at Rob Young, the 7-8 jack. King bets it out. Davin calls with the good shot. Sorry, Rob is up and down with the 6, 7, 8, 9, and now he's turned clubs also. So he's continuing here, and that's enough pressure to put Davin out of it. And that's our scoreboard. So Sekularak in seat 1 is 31,500 down, and Jachtmann minus 15k. All the other players in profit, but it's Kaiser. Ronny Kaiser, same story, guys. How often do we see Ronny winning in these PLO sessions? He's 37,500 in profit so far today. And I'm here all week, Vince. I'll be here for Cash Kings for the next 3 days. And then we were going to have the Party Poker Million, I believe the high roller for day 1, and then the Party Poker main event. So I'm here right up to Monday, and I really hope you're going to stay with us.
Amazing nature. Incredible.
Well, there's a casino there apparently called River Rock Casino. And maybe we can do an event in Vancouver. I think it'd be really popular for Vancouver.
I think there's lots of poker players living in Vancouver.
Yeah, because all American guys.
Yeah,
But
they are moved to first world.
everyone was raving about
And
Vancouver when
we have 4-way action here.
when we were in Canada. Canada's lovely. It's like so clean.
And Dan Thomas asking will we play Hold'em tomorrow. I think it's PLO again tomorrow. That's my information. But believe me, this changes because the players dictate. Depends who's in town. And the guys that give the biggest action, they dictate what game they want to play. And I believe it's PLO tomorrow and it's Hold'em on Friday. So that's 3 days of Cash Kings. And then we're going to have the Party Poker Millions. That's the 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guarantee, and we'll be bringing you full feed on that. And I will have the pleasure of commentating on that, Vince. And I will be joined by guests at different times, and hopefully you'll be able to jump in the booth yourself, Vince, at some stage. This is live. What we're watching right now is a live PLO game. It's 100-100. And quite right, Dan Thomas talking about the size of the pots, and it hasn't disappointed today so far. We've already witnessed a €100,000 pot, and it's quite remarkable how much action, how loose this game plays. The 100 grand pot was between Rob Young and Ronny Kaiser, and Rob Young turned a made flush, but it gave it both to Ronny. It was a massively swelled pot. Ronny bet out the trips, and he had a straight draw. Basically, Rob called with the aces and the flush draw, the nut flush draw, and then he turned the flush, but it also paired the board and gave a boat to Ronny. All the money went in, and 100,000 was scooped by Ronny Kaiser, and that's where most of his profit is coming today. He's up above 40k today. And the big loser is sitting in seat 1. And Jachtmann here on the button, not doing too well either. Rob Young takes down, calling a straight, and Jachtmann says, yeah, you're good. And Sekularak is 31k behind. Davin a couple of grand up. Ronny 36.5. Most of that came from that pot I was speaking to you about earlier. And Rob back in profit now. He's up and down Bit of a roller coaster ride for Rob, but he's well used to that. He is not bothered. Well used to these stakes and higher, believe me. Rob plays the biggest games that are out there. He's a great lover of live poker, loves the cash games, loves PLO, and he really is a great guy to have. Total gentleman. Most of us know he's the brains behind the Party Poker live events. He is the owner and creator of Dust to Dawn. It's the biggest card room in the UK. Brilliant action over there. And he loves to visit here, Kings, because he knows this is where all the biggest cash games are. And that's what Rob loves. And it's great to see him when Leon is here and the likes of Trickett and some other players. But right now, we're only 5-handed, but I do believe we will get another player. Renato is en route, I believe. And this is the same story here. It's Yong and Kaiser. And Rob with a double belly buster bets it out and takes it. And we're going to have a short break in about 10 minutes, guys. But do stay with us, because this game has started very strongly. Great potential. About $250,000 on the table there. And I see a lot of comments here about Leon. Leon is in the area in Vegas playing the 300,000 Super Bowl high roller. He's made the final table. Final 8, he's made 7 get paid, Dan, not 8. So they're on the bubble there. So he's earned nothing yet. It's 600k for 7th place. There's 8 left. And we're all shouting him out, shouting for Leon, obviously. What a great opportunity for Leon, playing about average stack in that Super Bowl high roller. That's Rob closing another deal. South America now. He's doing another 10 million guaranteed down there next week by the looks of things. He really is such a visionary, this guy. He just blows the mind of all his competitors with just outlandish events, outlandish guarantees. You have to tip your hat to him. And right now, he's creating the action here in this 100-100 PLO game. And Jachtmann has flopped top pair with spades, and Rob has a up and down straight, and he's betted out with backdoor clubs. And Kaiser is also in there with 2 pair and a gut shot. And that doesn't change anything. Kaiser is ahead with the 2 pair. He's the backup of a good shot straight, but Rob is moving the chips in with the up and down straight draw. He's actually in 3rd place here, but it looks like he's going to get it through. But Jachtmann now, he never believes Rob. He's paid him off earlier when Rob had the full house. He flopped a house, and Jachtmann paid him off with the overpair queens on 2 streets, and that's Jachtmann now with 3 jacks, and it's going to be hard to get Jachtmann off this. Rob goes again, 15,000, and Jachtmann's calling here. He called the turn. He's certainly going to call the river. He did miss the spades, but he has trips. Doesn't have any kicker though. This is a problem. It's 15,000, but it is Rob Young that's betting, and that's going to influence his decision, and that's why I believe he's going to call, and that's what he does. And Rob's going to see the bad news, and Rob will probably just instant muck, and there probably won't be a showdown, but oh, there will, yeah.
nines is nice too.
Government's dead against me.
Talking about, you want glasses? You have no flush draw.
That's how strong this game is.
Just a straight draw.
One hand like that can just change it around, and it's actually brought Jachtmann into profit. And he was 30,000 down just a couple of hands ago, and now he's 8k up in profit.
It's not like a big city, it's like the fifth biggest in England.
How many people live there?
2 million in the area, maybe 500,000 in the city.
Wow. Also die rausgehen.
And Sekulorak now straddles to 400,
Medium size.
and it's 400 to Davin on the button.
London's 14 million.
Mucks,
It's a nice city, it's in the middle of the country.
and now Young Kaiser,
Actually,
who also mucks, and it's Jachtmann now with the hearts, and he gives it up. So we're going to go two-way. Rob Young is going to play Jack 9-5-5, and he's not going to hit a 5 because Sekulorak has 5s also, and Rob bumped it up and takes down the pot. And not going well for this gentleman in seat 1, Sekulorak. He's had a pretty bad start, but as I say, things change very quick.
Everybody came.
You cheering for the Nottingham Football Club?
I used to. They're just so bad at the moment. I mean, they won the European Cup, so obviously they.
against which team?
Huh?
Hamburg, my team.
Yeah, Kevin Keegan.
Nottingham, Hamburg. That's
Kevin
right.
Keegan.
Worried all the times. Nottingham Forest. You were not alive.
Die hatten schon auch mal gute Zeiten, ne?
Nottingham Forest hat mal gegen Hamburg im Endspiel mal Finale gewonnen. Ich muss End of 70s.
And we're looking at a 4-way pot here. And Sekulorak has hit 2 pair, but Rob Young bets it out. Sekulorak just flats. We're going to go 2-way. And that's an up and down straight now for Rob. And he continues. And 2 pair for Sekulorak, who may keep going here. And he folds, and it's just not going his way. And Rob takes down another pot, and he just shows, wraps his Rob. And
Congratulations.
they did a run out. I think Rob did hit it. The button moves to Jachtmann.
I'm not a millionaire like you. No, I'm happy for.
And Banana.
I'm just. I have to feed my family.
Young is so bad player. I think Rob is just. I think he's just messing around here, to be honest. I think he's playing for fun. And I played myself with Rob, and I wouldn't call him a bad player. That's one description I wouldn't call him. He believe me, he can play, and he's vastly experienced, and he's really well experienced at these stakes, and he's setting up an image of himself, and he's going to use that to his advantage later on, believe me. So he's splashing around here, he's given action, and he's putting money in with absolute garbage. But this is all part of Rob's game, and believe me, I've seen him setting up guys before and coming off on the winning end in some crazy big pots.
If you ever need something like, call me like for overnight sleep, foods, and I will. If you're gonna come always to Hamburg, I have a room for you. If this,
And he's given serious action here. Kaiser's aware that Kaiser makes a 4,000. Rob snap calls with the jacks and the hearts.
Really, really nice couch.
And Sakularak is not in great shape. Rob hits hearts, but look at that flop. This is going to go all in here, guys, I think. Rob has the nut flush draw and a straight draw, and Kaiser is all over that. He has a up and down straight with hearts also. So expect money to go in here. It's 12,200, and Ronny doesn't slow down. He bet 6,000. And watch Rob pot it here. And Sakularak, who also has a good shot, will get out of the way after Rob pots it here. Rob's definitely potting it, I believe. This is the last hand before the break. And I've been asked just what's the biggest pot I commentated on in Kings. 300,000 pot I've seen here not too long ago. Involving Gus Hansen. The last session, 300,000 pot. And this is going to be massive. This is what Rob has loved, putting his money in on a hand like this. He's drawing to the nuts. Is that just a call? I think them pinks are worth €500 and he put in 12 of them, so that is just a call. I'm surprised. I would have thought that Rob would go for it, and I don't know where this. I don't think this is going to help Sakularak because he's drawing so slim here. He's no hearts, no clubs, no backdoor clubs. Has a good shot, and Ronny's going nowhere. Ronny's up and down, and he has hearts, and he may isolate here. Ronny, he's well capable of this because he has the option back with him, and that's what he does. And Rob's going to put his money in as well. Watch it. Yes, there we go. That's what he was waiting for. This is huge, guys. This is 140k pot, it looks like. And it looks like Rob's big favourite here. But anything can happen. Rob has the hearts. He has the he's the bigger straight.
So you probably want to do once, right? Only once.
But Kaiser, he's only one jack in the deck to hit. Sorry, there is no. Yeah, there's only one jack to hit. 4, no good for anyone. And 3, and it's jacks.
Up and down, yeah, but I have the blockers on you, don't it?
Yeah, you were in pretty good shape.
Rob had a few blockers to Ronny straight, holding the jack. And Sakularak also had a blocker. And that was an incredible pot we just watched. 140,000. And that's, you see, Rob gets the action, guys. That's what he does. And it's been a terrific start. Please come back. We're going to be back so soon. Thank you so much. Bye for now. Back very shortly.
I see. Because he's straddled.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What a time to start.
Yeah, I do agree. Having never commentated on a game of this size.
He just called.
Oh wow! Look at this. Quad kings for Boris.
No action. Nothing.
club draw. And it's come on the river. Were only 100, 200. There was no straddle this end. Ali with pocket nines, Rob with pocket kings. 6 for the raise. 6-3. Ali can shove it the way he plays. He stacked down. Rob, 3 raises.
Yeah, I'm sure it's 20. That's what they told me yesterday. Good time, not a long time. Just relax. it's a bad call.
I'm in trouble, black coffee, I see trouble. Man, I'm not gonna get home. Black coffee,
She's gone in front.
We don't know yet. Jay has that idea.
All in for Lisa.
black coffee, I'm in trouble. I'm so driven, you get driven. Man, I'm not gonna get home. Black coffee, I'm in trouble. I'm so driven.
Welcome back, guys. This is Cash Kings. Thank you so much for joining me. Fintan Gavin is my name, and we are watching a really exciting cash session here. This is part of the Party Millions Festival, 3 days of Cash Kings, and we're five-handed here in a 100 PLO, and we just seen a remarkable hand. Rob Young giving all the action so far in the session, and he took down a €140,000 pot. And Jachtmann here with the queens is in the lead, and Kaiser first to act as the good shot, and the ace queen or 10 to give him Broadway, and Jachtmann proceeding with caution with the king out there, and a 10 completes this straight for Kaiser. And that is also a straight for Jachtmann. And Kaiser's going to get paid off here, I think. Jachtmann with the 9 queen to give him a straight to the king is going to pay Ronny off. And that's a raise. That looks like a 16,000 raise. And Ronny has the nuts, so we're definitely going to see a re-raise here. It's really unusual to see that raise. Probably he figured there's no way Ronny has a queen. The fact that he has 2 queens in his hand, Jachtmann. So oh, sorry, I'm completely reading this incorrect. Jachtmann, obviously with the ace. I'm daydreaming here, guys. So that really had me confused. Both have the nuts. Thank you so much. True Metal Man pointed that out as well. And I was blinded to that ace that Jachtmann was holding. Didn't make sense what he was doing, but now I understand. Both had the nuts, both get it in, chop pot, and look at the scoreboard. Ronny, who was 40k up, almost 50k up at one stage, is now 7 behind, and Rob Young, the big winner. That's how he plays. He plays so fast, and he's busted our guy in seat 1 from Serbia, Kulinek, who's a huge online PLO player, just won a scoop PLO 10k event.
He's 400.
You know what I understand? I'm staying in the gym.
And Jachtmann now, ace jack 10-9. Straddle to 2, Rob has straddled to 4. And Kulinek folds, and Kaiser now with the 10s calls. And Jachtmann calls. And action on Rob, who checks his option. If you've just joined us, guys, you missed an incredibly big pot just before the break. We saw a 140k pot, and Kaiser had the straight and flush draw, and Rob Young had the nut flush draw with the gut shot to Broadway. And we see it all go in after Rob just flat called the 6,000 bet from Ronny, and so Kulinek moved in for 12.5k. Ronny tried to isolate, and Rob snap called all in, and Rob had the jacks also in his hand, which held for a 140k pot. And yes, we came to an immediate break after that hand. And so Kolorak in seat 1 here. He's in for 50k so far today. As I mentioned, he won a big scoop event. I believe it was a PLO scoop. He won the high, the 10k buy-in for, I think it was 350k. And Rob with the aces again. And Davin is raised, but we're going to see a call called re-raise, and that's what it is. And that's 3,000 raise by Rob. And Davin is going to play because it is Rob that's raising. And Rob has been quite a maniac in this game so far. And he has the goods here. He has the hearts. And Jachtmann says, I'm going to try and catch the Rob pot. King 2-6, and it's a rainbow flop. Everyone has missed. The ace is in the lead, and it's checked around. And Rob has bet the 7,000, and 7,000 gets through, and Rob takes it down. He shows. Rob delighted that he can show a genuine hand. He's 55,000 profit for the day. And so Colorac is down. Look at Ronny Kaiser. He was 50k up at one stage. He's down 11 grand. Davin is even. Jachtmann now in profit. And we have $250,000 in play on the table. 5-handed.
I can tell you if you play or not. I don't want to see. I'm allowed to say.
And so Colorac trying to make something happen here, but he's raising. Sorry, the graphic is incorrect there. It's Davin and Rob Young in this pot. And Young has flopped the nuts with backdoor hearts. We cannot see Davin's other cards, but no diamonds on there. And Rob has bet 1,700 and it looks like it was quickly called by Davin. So I'm guessing Davin is holding something like the jack of spades to give him backdoor spades and 2 pairs, something like that. I can only... And there's the second spade. Rob checking. Has he got spades? He doesn't. He's the hearts. He still has the nuts. And he's going to bet it out. And it's going to be a problem if Davin picked up spades, because he's probably going to call off another bet. And it's quite feasible that Davin has a 10 also, because that's the way he would play this hand. He'd try and trap Rob, because Rob, as I said earlier, he's playing like a bit of a maniac. He's really creating a lot of action in this game so far, and it's a pity we can't see Davin's other card. But I guarantee you it's a 10 or a spade if he's continuing here. He calls the 5,000. An ace is also a possibility. And the board pairs, and that could be a big problem for Young. There's 15k in the pot and he smartly checks. And the action now with Davin, who will bet this if he's made a boat. And I'm not sure will Rob pay him off, because Davin has a really squeaky clean image, but he just checks, so it's not a boat. And Rob shows the nut house, and it looks like that's going to take it down. And it's a pity we didn't see that other card. It was obviously a spade. Davin picked up the spades, and that's why he called the 5,000 bet. That's our scoreboard. So Colorac, the Scoop PLO winner last week, I believe he won 360k in the high roller scoop. He's 50k in the hole here. And the big winner is Rob Young. And he's just tweeting Donald Trump there, trying to break into the American market. Jachtmann on the button. It's 400 to call. He gets rid of it. And Rob has King 9 4-3. I'm watching play this hand. He's playing every hand that he's given, and Colorac has picked up the aces, and he has spades, and it looks like it's a 1,600 raise. Ronny calls, and Rob is going to call also. Now Kaiser has the clubs, but Rob has the bigger clubs. So Colorac with the spades. And it comes King 10-10, and Nobody with a 10. Kaiser has a king. But that's a great card for Sikulirak because it gives him the house. He'll only be worried now about pocket kings, well, pocket queens also, but it's gone check around. He'll probably value bet here.
Don't do it.
And don't look like he's going to get called. 2,000. Ronny has to use 2 cards, so it'll be 10s and kings. With a jack kicker.
My Swiss friend does not believe you. Oh, Lynn, I thought I was Lynn. Top pass.
Calls.
Losing to about twos.
So it'll be the aces will win.
You can open them.
And Rob now 62k in front. And considering he went 40k down at one stage, it's a €100,000 turnaround. And it's a 5-handed game we're watching here.
Line race.
And look at this blind raise. It's typical of Rob. That's how he likes to do it. He likes to bump these pots up. He really creates the action. And he's a hard guy to play against.
Blind race.
And Jachtmann confirming to Rob that he's facing a blind raise. And Jachtmann flops
Your check, yeah?
3 pair,
He's going to be betting.
and Rob Young
Not check.
has certainly made 1 pair of trees, and the clubs come. But Jachtmann continues out, and Rob folds. And Jachtmann has really clawed his way back here. He was over 30 grand in the hole earlier on. And he's now in profit 8,000. This is the way this game plays. It's very loose. It's a 100-100 blinds, but you can see it's straddled up to 400. That will, towards the end of the session, that will increase. The straddle is not obligatory. It's down to the players if they want to straddle. You won't see Davin here in the centre of your picture straddling. He likes to control the size of the pots. Plays a very conservative game. Very successful at this game. And Kaiser is raised with the spades and hearts, pair of 10s, and he's made it 1800. Jachtmann calls with the clubs. Rob is in there with the hearts also and the clubs. And Jachtmann has hit an ace. Kaiser has also an ace with a worse kicker. He'll be using a 10 kicker, but he has the hearts. And Rob Young also with the hearts. But it's Ronny Ronny is betting out. He has the worst hand here because his hearts are dead. And it's going to be heads up between Yong and Kaiser, no surprise. Both chasing a flush draw. Now that's a great card for Ronny because he has two blockers to the straight. He has the pocket tens. And the action is on him first, and he's going to use that card to his advantage. I'm positive. He has the backup of the flush draw, but that's no good. The flush, he's dead. His flush is dead. But the nuts at the moment on the board is the 7-10, and Kaiser is holding two of them tens. So he's going to use that information that he has, and he's put in a big bet. So really Rob is chasing a flush, and it's not the nut flush, and ordinarily you would think this would be a standard fold, but this is Rob Young and this is Cash Kings. And Rob with just the flush draw. If he had anything else to go along with that, I'm positive he would call. He just has the pocket. He has a 9, so he's a pair of 9s. He's counting out chips, but I don't see Rob continuing here. It's a very sizable bet. It's almost 17,000. And Ronny's sweating here because Ronny is on a complete steal here, and he gets it through, and that was a really smart bet. Ronny with two 10s in his hand was a really good card, the 8. And they asked to show the river. And Rob actually had the nut flush draw with the ace out there. And Kaiser clawing back. He's actually in profit now, Kaiser, after that super pot before the break, 140,000 pot that Rob Young took down with the bare jacks in the end. And the Kaiser makes it 1,500 now. And Sekularak is in bad shape here against the queens, and he gives it up. And the button moves onto onto Kaiser. And Kaiser he's still 4k down. He's playing almost 100 grand, and so is Rob. And there's a strong probability we're going to see a 200 grand pot between Rob Young and Kaiser. These guys are at it since the start. They're really playing back at each other.
So long and make wrong decision. What?
Yeah, because I just wanted to decide if I raise all in, is he going to fold or not? And then I decided he wasn't.
And Davin has raised it up with the spades and clubs.
Pigeon like you? Is that
Pigeon? What's that?
pigeon? Good poker player.
Can you call it pigeon? Time.
Pigeon means good poker player.
I should know the word pigeon.
Pigeon. It's like the world class poker player.
And for once, Rob gets out of the way. And we're going to look at a three-way pot between Jachtmann, Kaiser and Davin. And Ace-Jack is the nut on that board, and that's what Kaiser holds. Nobody on the diamonds. But 9-Jack by Jachtmann will probably pay off at least one bet, which is the second nuts. And that's what he does. And Davin gets out of the way. And it's two-way now with 7,000 in the pot, and it's Kaiser versus Jachtmann. And Jachtmann picks up trips. So can win this pot. He's 23% to win this. And it goes check, and now the diamonds come, so it'll go check, check again. And Jachtmann comes out second best again against Kaiser.
Actually, you know, I'm influenced. I forgot my hand. So I'm in a hand. Just shut up.
And this is probably going to get through because Ronny will hate to see them diamonds, and it'll make total sense that that's what Jachtmann has, and that bet gets through. Jachtmann with the worst hand takes it down. I'm not sure did Jachtmann understand he was behind there, but it got worse and worse. The board paired and then the diamonds came, and now we see Jachtmann 10k in profit, but the big winner is Rob Yong here today, and Sekularak is 46,000 behind, and Davin now is 11k behind, and he's playing the short stack of 8,000 in front of him. Ronny, Kaiser and Rob are playing approximately 100,000. The blinds are 100, 100, and as you can see, the straddle here up to 400 by Kaiser, and Jachtmann folds, and Rob with 7-7-5-2, and we've seen him play this hand earlier, and he's going to play it again. And the kings for Sekularak is going to raise. He's having a really bad day, this guy. And he's raising with the kings here, and he's up against Rob, and it's 1,800 raise, 1,400 for Rob to call, and this is a crazy call with 7-7-5-2. But that's the type of player Rob Yong is. He really gives action, and he certainly gets paid when he does have it. And the spades come, nobody playing the spades, and Rob checks, and Sekularak bets his kings 2.5 grand, and that will take down the pot. And Sekularak, as we pointed out, he's a huge winner in PLO, live and online. Tournament player also, has probably $1.5 million in tournament earnings. Just took down his scoop high PLO last week or a couple of weeks ago for $360,000, and finally winning a pot against Rob. It was a small one, but maybe this is the start of the comeback. Jachtmann now straddling to 400, and Rob raises to 1,600, and Sekularak has a small rundown hand, 3, 5, 6, 7, and the problem with playing a hand like that is a hand like Jachtmann's 8, 10, Jack, Queen can absolutely strangle you. And Jachtmann raising here. And Rob lets go, and it's 6,500, for Sekulorak to call, and he's going to be in real bad shape against Jachtmann. And he puts in the 6,500. And now this pot is 20k, and the action is on Kaiser with the jacks. And Joe22 has just asked me how long this stream will last. We're over halfway there. I believe another 90 minutes or so. That's the information I have. I'll try and get a more exact time for you. And King Queen, so that's an up and down straight for Jachtmann. And Sekulorak, he's put 8k in here with a small rundown hand, and he's completely missed. And you can see by percentages, 6%. But Kaiser now with top pair, backdoor spades, and it's been checked to him in Jachtmann's last to act. And Jachtmann's up and down, so he's going to put in 20 plus thousand here and takes down the pot. Well, sorry, its action is still with Kaiser. It's 26,000 in the pot, and Jachtmann has bet 26,000 with a up and down. He has the Jack 10. He's also the backdoor clubs. He's also second pair. And Kaiser now with top pair and two blockers to the straight and the backdoor spades. And he's actually way ahead here, Kaiser, although he won't be thinking that. And this is a 26,000 euro bet into Ronny Kaiser. He's holding top pair with a jack kicker. He's backdoor spades. And he's considering making a call here. He is out of position. So it's going to be highly uncomfortable to make a call here, because he could be facing a all-in bet by Jachtmann on the turn. And he moves all in. This is incredible. And Jachtmann quickly calls. And this is super aggressive stuff by both players. And it's 173,000 in the pot. And Kaiser is ahead. And I believe he probably thought that he had the blockers to the straight draw. He has top pair, so he went with it. He has backdoor spades. And there's not much in it, but Kaiser is in the lead here. And this is the biggest pot of the day so far, 173,000. And Jachtmann, he's many cards to hit here. He's looking for an ace or a 9. The club, that club is also good for Jachtmann. It gives him backdoor clubs. So he's looking for it, and it's no good. And the kings hold up. Would you believe what an incredibly big pot here? And they decided to run it twice, guys. It's very hard to hear the player say this. That's the straight. That is the straight for Jachtmann. But the spades, there is a redraw to the spades, but it doesn't happen. And chop, chop. And a phew, says Jachtmann. And I missed that too. So Ronny, that makes a lot of sense. Ronny had the 2 pair, the king 2. That makes total sense. And Jachtmann quickly calling with the up and down straight. And 173k pot that's just been chopped. And that's the story so far. Rob Yong, 50k profit. And if you've just joined us, you're watching a PLO Cash King special. We're here for 3 days with the cash game. And it's PLO again tomorrow, I believe. And then Hold'em on Friday. And then we bring you the incredibly big Party Poker Millions. And we're going to be with you all the way to the final table on Monday. That's $1 million guaranteed in that cash game, in that tournament, Party Poker tournament. And on the button, we have Sukularak, who has the aces. Rob Yong with the eights. And Jachtmann playing King Queen 10-5. And Sukularak has flopped the nut flush to go along with his pair of aces. And he takes down a pot and trying to get a bit of momentum going, Sukularak. He's still 50k down. He's playing 20k in front of him. And look at the size of stacks. Rob Young is playing 100 grand, Kaiser playing 100 grand, and Jan Peter Jachtmann is playing 75k. So there's 300,000 on the table. The blinds are 100, 100. And the short stack is Davin, who's about 11k down for the day. And he is choosing hands very carefully when he enters the pot, as opposed to this man that's to act, Rob Young, who's playing every hand. And
we did the big ones. 2K, 1K, 1K, and then we said, "Talk, you do whatever you want."
Never give him some. You should never. I mean, who gives card to say do what he
And even our events, he tries to add 10 levels later edge and all this crap as well. So basically, Targam just gets his own way. He just moans all the time.
Never ever give Targam
any decision to make.
any decision.
Yes, but I can't do anything about it. He gets the schedule and changes it. What am I going to do?
And this is Kaiser now on the button, 200 to call. And you notice Gavin doesn't straddle. So Sukularak made a 200. Gavin just opted to flat call. But it was raised up. And Rob has raised it. And it's been flat called by Gavin. Kaiser is called. And we're going to be three-way. And Jack, Queen, 8. Top pair, top kicker for Kaiser. And Kaiser bets it out on the button. It's been checked around to him. And it looks like Rob has quickly called, and Rob has a jack, backdoor spades, 5 doesn't change anything, except making Kaiser's hand more equitable, giving him the hearts, and that's what comes. So he has made the flush, it's come heart, heart, and Rob checks, and we're going to see a value bet by Kaiser here. Was made the flush. And Rob, with just the jack, is never calling here. And he does. He calls, he pays him off. With a jack and a king kicker. And these guys are at it all day. They really are. They don't believe each other. And Kaiser takes down another pot. He's back in profit. He's playing over 100,000, and you can understand now how these guys can create a pot as big as 140k. And that's what happened just before the break. Ronny was on the wrong side of it, but Ronny right back in the game now. He's in profit. Sakularak in seat 1 on your very left there. He's down about 45k. And the button now on Jachtmann. And the straddle is by Kaiser. Davin straddled to 200 and Kaiser to 400. And Jachtmann gets out of the way. And Rob is going to play King 665. And Sakularak with the clubs and diamonds, 4-5-5-7. Has raised to 1300, and Rob has called, and we're going to go two-way. And Queen 10 is everyone has missed. Well, Sakularak has picked up clubs, so he may continue here. He did raise pre-flop, and a bet here will take it down, and Rob is going to fold to this 1600 bet. He's absolutely none of it. And look at this for power play. And he's made a raise, and Sakularak folds his flush draw. And Rob with absolute air takes down another pot, and the pain continues for Sakularak from Serbia. And Joe 22 will donate €10 to charity. He sees a 200k pot in the next 60 minutes. And I'm going to ask you to pick your charity, Joe 22, because I do believe we are going to see that. The way this game has been playing, it's incredibly loose, and it's this guy on the button, Rob Yong, who's creating most of the action. And he's raising here to 1500 with the queens, but he's not going to get any action, I don't think. Jachtmann's not going to put in 1100. Jack 753, and he shows the trash and mucks. And we're on to the next hand. It's 100-100. If you've just joined us, we're live from King's Casino. This is Cash King Special. It's a live cash game that are hosted on regular times in the poker room here, the largest poker venue in Europe. And this is PLO 100-100. We're also just beginning our Party Poker Millions Festival, where we have a 1 million guaranteed prize pool for 1,000 buy-in. There's also several side events with remarkably big payouts. And it's the home of live poker in Europe, King's Casino. This is a fantastic resort, the biggest poker room in Europe. And right now, Rob Young straddles to 400, and Jachtmann is going to call, and Rob's going to raise the ace king queen, I believe. Rob just doing a bit of business, multitasking, and he says raise blind. That's top two pair for Rob Young, who raised blind, and Jachtmann has completely whiffed this board, totally missed and he shows, and Rob just mucks.
I could block with a 10 blocker.
That's the scoreboard. Jachtmann in profit, 12,000. Great comeback from Jan Peter. 30k behind at one stage. Rob 50k winner. Ronny Kaiser playing 103,700, 3,700 profit. And Sekularak, just nothing going really for him. Can't get anything going, 52k behind. And Davin now, he's playing a very short stack of 6,700. He's 13,300 behind. We're into the last hour, guys, of this special edition Cash Kings. Please do stay with us to the end. And remember, we are here all week. Tomorrow we have another session, PLO session, 100 blinds. Promises to be just as exciting, probably better. We have more players coming in. Friday then we have the no limit. And come the weekend we will have live coverage of the Party Poker Millions Festival. And that's 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed. And this is the short stack on the button, Davin. And it's Jack 8-2. And the 8 with the ace kicker is in the lead. That's a 2 of diamonds. Nobody playing the spades, but it's hard to see Sekularak's hand, and he bets out 1,000. And it's folded around. And Sekularak takes down a small pot, and that's the story so far today for Sekularak. All the pots he's won, extremely small pots, and the pots he's lost were the big ones, and just can't get it going. He's playing 20 grand in front of him. He's down 50. Anything can happen. It's just one or two hands. We've seen some really big turnarounds. Rob Yong was down 40k at one stage. He's 50k profit now. So it's almost 100 grand turnaround. Jachtmann 30 grand down, 11k up. And the button is on Ronny here. And it's the straddle 200 by Sekularak. Jachtmann plays, and Rob a 10-5-2-2, and I chuckle because he plays every combination. Any cards Rob will play. And King, Queen, 7. And Sekularak in the lead, but that King will worry him. But nobody holding a King. And 7-4, 2 pair for Kaiser. But now Sekularak bets it out, because he has a good shot to go along with that. And it's a 2 pair from Ronny. And the ace queen, and that's a bigger 2 pair for Sekularak. And I'll probably go check, check. No, he's going to value here. And he probably might get called here by Ronny. Ronny with the smallest 2 pair on the board. And the ace brings a straight also home. It's €1,000. Ronny considering it, but it looks like he's going to fold, and that's what he does. And this is the same story for Sekularak. Pots are not substantial, the ones he's winning. Button moves 5-way. Rob Young still doing business on the phone there. Just organised a 10 million tournament in China, I believe. And Kaiser with the jacks. And he's on the 400 straddle. And Jachtmann calls, and we probably see a raise here by Rob. And he's just called. And it's three-way.
Still winning.
Always provoking.
And Blue just asking what Rob's business is. Rob is the creator and founder of Dusk Till Dawn in the UK. It's the biggest card room in the UK. He's also the brains behind the live Party Poker Million events. And he's a regular here at the cash game here in Dusk Till Dawn. He loves the action. He really is an incredible character. He's done so much for poker. And we love it when he visits us here in Kings, and the players love it because he does create a lot of action at the table. And Jachtmann has the made flush, and Rob is betting out 2,500, and Jachtmann going nowhere. It is a baby flush he has, but it's Rob that's betting into him. And he's on the button, so he's last to act, and he just calls. Rob may hit a straight here and get himself in big trouble if he does. And the 10 comes. So Rob now is going to have another crack at this. And Jachtmann's going to snap call here. And the baby flush comes home for Jachtmann. And it's a nice chunky pot, 18,500.
How much you make from it? 50 on flops.
Rob, what's your favorite travel destination?
And the sheriff saying he owned Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. I think he sold it to Party Poker and maybe has a position with them now. I seriously doubt that, Sheriff. Trust me on that one.
Vegas is okay.
Rob Young don't sell.
Not too long.
Believe me. Anyway, back to business. We are watching 100 PLO. Rob on the button. Just bluffed off to Jachtmann, who's steadily coming right up this leaderboard. It's completely turned around for Jachtmann. He was 30,000 down. And Rob raising with the 5-7-9 jack clubs and diamonds. And Sekulinak having a glass of wine to ease the pain of the 50k he's lost here so far. Kaiser is in with the 3-3-4-5, and action on Jachtmann, who is going to play this hand. Jachtmann, Kaiser and Rob have the diamonds. That's a pretty good flop for Rob, who's flopped 2 pair and a good shot. And he has position. It's been checked around to him, and he bets it out. Ronny folds, and Jachtmann also with a good shot. Backdoor, sorry, I was going to say backdoor diamonds. He does have the backdoor diamonds, and he just gives it up. It's just not strong enough out of position to defend against a maniac like Rob, who's going to punish him on every street.
Even hotter. You like the atmosphere of the desert and
And you can see we are into hand number 69. And Rob has straddled to 400, so the action here on the button, and a beautiful starting hand, ace, king, queen, jack, 1 suit the diamonds. So Sekulinak raises, and Kaiser's going nowhere with the ace, king, 10-9 and the spades, and he calls, and Jachtmann is also going to play the 10s, and Rob is never folding, and we're going to have 4-way action here. There's already 4k, 5k almost in the pot.
Yeah, but Playa del Carmen is really nasty. It's dirty. There's lots of American teenage tourists coming. I think Playa del Carmen and Cancun are like the American spring break. People coming over every year, so this place is not bad.
And 3 players have hit the ace there, but Rob Young has hit 2 pair. And Sekulorak and Kaiser have hit top pair, top kicker. Kaiser with the backdoor spades. Sekulorak with the backdoor diamonds. Rob has the 2 pair, and Sekulorak betted out, I believe. Kaiser 3-bet, and now Rob is re-raising. And that's what happened. Sekulorak bet out 1200, I think, and Kaiser made it 3200.
I heard Cuba's the place to go as well.
Yeah, but time flies and Western.
And it's a tough spot here. There's a lot going on because it's Rob Young who's betting blind, raising blind, bluffing, and he really is creating a lot of action, but he has the goods this time. He has top 2 pair, and Sekulorak, he's down 50k, remember, so this is basically for all his stack because he's only playing around 18 or 19,000, and it's a 14,500 bet, so it's all or nothing here.
I mean, it's an amazing thing to dive, to be at the bottom of the ocean. It makes you feel like so happy.
It looks like he's playing about 18,600 by my maths behind. So it's complete commitment to the pot. He needs to put all his chips in here if he's going to continue. And then he has the problem of Kaiser, who's bet out this pot. And he moves all in. So now this might help Kaiser get away from his top pair, and it does. So Rob's going to snap here. Sekulorak actually had over 20k in front of him. So any king, jack or queen for Sekulorak. He's the backdoor diamonds, but Rob has blockers. He's a bigger flush. And the 9 is no good for Sekulorak, and the clubs are no good. So Rob Young holding here, and it does hold. And that's 2 pair, aces and 8s for Rob Young, who has just bust Sekulorak again. And Ronny actually held a 9 there with his ace and would have won, but way too much action to call. If he puts in the 20 grand from Sekulorak, he could be facing a 100 grand bet from Rob, and Rob now 70,000 in profit. And it looks like Sekulorak is reloaded for 20k. And Rob under the gun, straddled. So the action will be with Sekulorak.
I'm a big fan of Greece and southern Italy.
So you think somewhere like
because of the food and the climate.
I want to get rid of my place in Tenerife, Australia. I want to get rid of my place in Tenerife.
It's like 2.5 hours flight, right? 4 hours?
No, Australia.
It's like 4 hour flight from Nottingham.
And it was
I think 2 hours you can decide on
200 to play, and Rob decided to make it 400. And It's just getting called all around. So now there's 1600 in the pot, 4-way action, and 8, 10, 8, ace.
How to live a good life.
The weather's not good all the time. Well, so what would be your exact pinpoint location? You can't say like Mediterranean. It's like
And look at Secularak, 70,000 down, 70,400 exactly, and that's Rob's profit so far for the day. And Davin and Kaiser down also. Davin down 15 grand, Kaiser down 2 grand, and Jachtmann 17k in profit. So 2 of the 5 players in profit. Jachtmann 17,000 up, and Rob Young 70,000 up. And if you've just joined us, we're watching Cash Kings from Kings Casino in Rozvadov. This is the beginning of the Poker Millions, Party Poker Millions. It is a week-long festival. We're going to be with you all week. We're going to have 3 days of Cash Kings. This is day 1, PLO. And tomorrow, I believe, is PLO also. We have some new additions to the cash game, so do join us. And on Friday we'll have a no limit high stakes game. And then Saturday, Sunday we'll have the coverage of the Millions event, which is 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. And Monday final table. We're going to be here all the way until there's a winner. Fintan Gavin is my name, and I'll be with you for the duration of the festival. I will try and entertain you by bringing in some additional guests. Please do stay with us and keep the chat coming, guys. I love it when you engage with us.
Because on Jeep is like you have the promenade, and then the city goes uphill, so you can actually buy really cool.
And the story so far is this gentleman here on the phone, Rob Young. While he's working, he's probably made 70,000, but he's also made an additional 70,000 on this PLO 100 cash game. And the gentleman to his immediate right, Jan-Peter Jachtmann, from Germany, from Hamburg, I believe. Quite a regular here, an absolute gentleman, Jan-Peter, party poker ambassador, incredibly skillful mixed game player, PLO bracelet winner, the main World Championship 10,000 PLO event in the series not too long ago. And what a nightmare for this guy. What a nightmare. And he has the house though. Looks like he's going to double off Rob. Rob needs to hit a 9. And I think Rob folded there. Rob did fold. And I'm not sure what happened. I think it's possible Secularak showed his cards there before the decision was on Rob. I'm not convinced that Rob would fold there. But anyway, we are on hand number 72. We're coming into the last hour of this broadcast.
I don't want to get a house where I've got to like do gardening and maintenance and things like that. I want just somewhere peaceful where you can go sit on the terrace.
Salafran's a good fit for that.
And all the chat is about Rob, this guy Rob Young, and a bit of speculation about what he does, but believe me guys, there's no secret to what he does. He's the owner of D2D, Dusseldon, which is the UK largest card room. He's the brains behind the Party Poker Live tour, and I know Rob since I met him maybe 14 years ago in Amsterdam at the Master Classics, and I remember being introduced to him, and he had sold a business at that stage, a recruitment agency for massive money, and I knew his friend that was there, and he told me privately, he said, this is a good guy, this fella Rob. He said he does quite a lot for charity, and since then, everything his friend has told me about him has come true. He really is a quality bloke, this guy, Rob Young, and he is a total visionary. He's remarkable vision for the game, and he's a like-minded person to our creator and owner here, Leon. And Rob is a regular visitor here for the cash game. He really does liven it up. You can see him playing the pot, splashing the money around. He really creates action, but guys, he gets action, and he does quite well. He's hugely successful in the cash games, and we're delighted to have him here. And when you see Rob and Leon at it, it really is something to watch. And unfortunately, Leon's not here because he's playing the 300k super high roller bowl in the area, and Leon has made the final table, and he's one place off the money. Minimum payout is 600k, and the winner gets 6 million. So hopefully Leon takes the title and the 6 million, flies straight back here and jumps in the cash games.
German friends, many German friends, they teach me. So do they have like apartment now?
And many comments here. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me. My name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland, and yes, I do like Rob a lot. He is a great guy, and he's done a lot for poker, and we're absolutely delighted to have him here. He's really spicing up this cash game, and we're going to be here for 3 days with the Cash Kings. And then we're going to the Party Poker Millions event. That's 1,000 buy-in, million guarantee. We're going to bring you all the action here, guys. So stay with us for the next week, right up to Monday, final table Monday.
He lives somewhere in South France. He years ago,
Where they got robbed.
he hired like a small chateau.
I'm just looking at my counterparts here. There's also a German live stream. We have Eddie, Bravo, and Stefan doing a fantastic job. So for you German speakers, you can flip in and out between both streams. And they are also broadcasting for the full week in German. Remember, guys, Kings, the home of live poker in Europe. We are now 24/7 broadcasting poker content, and I believe it's up to 100 hours of live poker every week. It really is incredible, with some of the biggest names in the business, some of the best casters out there. We have Elke, the French superstar. We have also Joey Ingram, the American caster. Huge following all around the world, Joey. And they've awarded me a very small slot, and I hope I can make some contribution twice a week. And I believe Joey has joined us. Hello, Joey. And this is a 100, and we're looking at a 26,000 pot. And the script is the same. It's Ronny Kaiser versus Rob Young. And Kaiser with a bad straight here. Rob with a bigger straight. and Joey's asking where the croc is at. And believe me, Joey, I wish I knew, because many people are looking for the crocodile. And for our viewers that don't know the crocodile, please look him up on the internet. He really spiced things up. Ignore my bad commentary on the PLO and just watch the superb action the crocodile created. But right now we're looking at Yong, Rob Yong, and the Kaiser in a 55k pot, and both holding a straight. Rob with the second nut straight and Kaiser with a bad straight. And Rob is betting 20,000, and the problem for the Kaiser here is the player he's against. It's Rob Yong, who's been playing like an absolute maniac throughout this whole session. And I'm told they have the same straight, Jack 8, and that's exactly what it is, the Jack 8. Thank you for helping me out there, guys, and it's a chop pot. Yes, Jan-Peter Jachtmann is in the seat to the immediate right. Then we have Kaiser right in the middle, Ronny Kaiser. We have Davin, and we have Sekulerak, who has recently won the PLO Scoop High. And unfortunately for Sekulerak, he's in for 65k today. And Rob Yong is 65k in profit. He's the big winner.
Only crocodile is missing. All beginners.
And any of our viewers that doesn't know Chicago Joey, you really must get on and listen to his podcasts. They're absolutely fascinating, highly entertaining, very insightful, total expert on the PLO. And Chicago, I'd love you came over, Joey. The buzz here is electric. The action on the ground, it's 24/7. You leave in the night, you go for sleep, you come back for breakfast, and the same tables are still going. And I'm sure I'll see you maybe for the WSOP Europe. You definitely can't miss that one. And we're all rooting for Leon, who's at the final table of the Super Bowl 300k high roller. We're all waiting on the scoop. And Blue asking for Crocodile Leon and Renato tomorrow. I do believe Renato, he was down for today. Renato had booked a seat, but unfortunately hasn't made it. But I do believe he will be here for tomorrow. And Sekulerak with the Jack 9 for the straight, and he's folded to Jachtmann. And the story so far, guys, that's it there. Big winner Rob Yong, 65,000. Biggest pot today we seen was 140k pot, and he scooped with Ronny Kaiser in it. But Ronny has held his own, he's fought his way back, he's just about even now. He's actually 5k down, and the biggest loser so far is Sekulerak, who's 65k down. Jan-Peter Jachtmann, our German friend, a regular here in the PLO, loves the PLO, Jan-Peter, and he is 18k up. And Sekulerak is on the 200 straddle here. Nothing going right for Sekulerak today. He really can't get it going. And it's this guy, Rob Yong, who's creating all the action. And Rob is he's played like so aggressive. He's played like a maniac, to be perfectly honest. But he's got paid. He's no fool, Rob, when it comes to this game. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he gets paid for his big hands. And he's betting out here again. He's flopped an ace. And the Kaiser has a pair with a good shot. And Davin also in the hand with a good shot, but he folds. And Kaiser gets rid of it. And Rob Young scoops again.
Take it down, Robbie Brown. Shine bright like a diamond.
And this game plays so loose. It's legendary, this Cash Kings game, known all over Europe and beyond. And we're missing a few of the regulars who will be with us in the next day or two. I believe Renato is in tomorrow. And hopefully Leon be back on Friday with $6 million in his back pocket. And Davin now, he's playing less than 6k, and Kaiser is on the straddle. And Kaiser playing 100k, and ace, a 2-3, and both have flopped a pair of threes with a jack kicker, and it's check check. And first to bet here is going to win. The 10 doesn't change anything. Check, check. And jack 3 for a split pot.
It's for sure allowed to make tournaments. They make big tournaments. But this,
and we're down to our final 30 minutes of the session, guys. And it's been a real roller coaster of a day for some of the players. Rob going down 40 grand at the beginning and right up to 70,000 profit. He's sitting around 65k profit now. But Jachtmann, 30,000 down at one stage, right back in it now.
they have a few hundred players. They have a loser and sometimes like 500 players.
Yeah, the 500 tournaments they have.
So this is possible.
And Rob raising with the Jack 5-5-2, spades and hearts. And action now with Davin. And it looks like Davin is raised here. Davin is going all in for 5,000. He's playing around 6,500. And Rob says, I'm going to give you a spin. And Rob has a pair of fives, but his hearts are dead. His jack is bad shape. So really, all he has going is the pair of fives, a low straight. But Davin is holding an ace and a 6. So Davin is big favourite here to double up. But it's a flop game, this. And there's a 5 in the window, and that's horrible. And that really puts Davin in bad shape. Has a good shot at 10 for a straight. He has backdoor hearts, and a 2 is no good. And he's 10% now, Davin. And the 10 doesn't come. And Rob Young busts Davin. Real bad shape pre-flop, Rob, but no, that didn't scare him. Rob said, I'll give you a spin, Davin. And that's what he did. And he cleans Davin out.
He said he folded a 5. First winner
And he's up to 70k plus now profit. Rob Young from Nottingham. That's Jan-Peter Jachtmann in the picture also, from Germany. The Party Poker German ambassador, also in profit.
Yeah, you don't have to be good, just lucky.
And that's the thing about PLO, it's a flop game. And Davin has reloaded. Rob is on a 400 straddle here. And Jachtmann is going to play this hand. He may choose to raise it up.
14, okay.
I think Jachtmann flat called and it was Rob that's raised it to 14. And that's what happened. And Jachtmann calls here.
Nice flop, please.
Jachtmann in good shape against Rob. The clubs have come, no one's playing the clubs. Rob has flopped top pair. Jachtmann has hit the 6, but it's a horrible flop for Jachtmann. But he's going to call the 2,500 bet. And it's already an 8,000 pot here. And the turn comes to 7. And it's gone check, check. And 2 pair now for Rob. And Jachtmann's going to bet it out. And he's going to get snapped here by Rob. Rob just looking at the board again. There's all types of straights there, but that's not going to stop Rob from putting his chips in. 4,000 to call. And he's going to scoop the pot. Yet another one. And Rob is tanking here, but there's no way Rob's folding.
Yes, I have. Sorry.
Not a chance.
I have to believe it. Seriously, I can always bluff.
And Jachtmann trying to convince Rob, but this is Rob's edge, live poker. The less talking you do with Rob, the better, because he really has an uncanny knack for picking up information off players. And how he's feeling his pulse. And there you go. I mean, Jachtmann had a better chance of getting that bet through if he didn't say anything.
Long sleeves.
And 80,000 profit. What a good day for Rob. And Jachtmann 10,000 in profit. And Davin is 20,000 behind, and he's reloaded for 20k. So he's playing 20,000 in front of him.
This guy, how was it? Warm,
I don't want to tell him otherwise he might control himself next time.
If it's a big pot, I wouldn't let it touch me.
Sounds sturdier than it should.
And viewers, if you've just recently joined us, you're watching a PLO Cash King session. It's a PLO game with the blinds at 100, 100. And we're looking at a 5-handed game with Sekularak, Davin, Ronny Kaiser, Jan-Peter Jachtmann, and Rob Young. And it's the same story, the script is the same. It's Rob Young who's crushing the table here. And only one other winner besides him is Jachtmann, is up about 10k. And Rob is up 80,000. And these are the two losers on our left here. Sekularak is down 65k and Davin's down 20k. And we're going to look at both of them along with Kaiser. These are the three players that are down today. All three play a hand, and there's 5k in the pot and the hearts and the clubs. Sekularak has turned the nut flush draw. He also has a pair of nines, and Davin has the nut hearts. Kaiser has a low straight draw, and Sekularak bets his clubs. Davin is called with the hearts, and the action now with Kaiser, and not good business chasing a straight with two flush draws out there, but that's what Ronny does. And there's 15,000 almost in the pot, 14,100, and the hearts come home for Davin, but that's two pair for Sekularak. The action, it's been checked around to Davin, and he bets 10,000 into the 14,100 pot. Kaiser folds, and Sekularak, with a very disappointing look on his face, folds, and he's 70,000 in the hole now. Sekularak. Davin down 10, Ronny down 10, so there's 90,000 lost by three players and 90,000 profit by two, and Rob Yong has 81,000 of that, and Jan-Peter Jachtmann 9,000. So we're at the latter stage of this Cash King special. Remember, we're here all week, viewers. 3 days of Cash Kings, and then we go right into the Party Poker Millions event. And there's not much time left here. I believe there's only about 20 minutes left. And Jachtmann with the clubs and hearts. And I think he's just called here waiting for Rob to bump it up, but not on this occasion. So it's going to be three-way. Jachtmann in the lead with the jacks, Davin with the nines, and Sekularak with the eights. And it's 2-3-5, and everyone has missed. Sekularak has hit a 5, but the jacks are still in the lead. And the hearts come now, so Jachtmann has picked up a heart draw to go along with his jacks, and Sekularak will probably stay along because he also has the hearts, but he decides to fold. And you can see the frustration on Sekularak's face. It's just not going well for him. And Rob Young now playing 130k in front. He's 80k in profit. Jan-Peter Jachtmann, 10,000 in profit. And Sekularak is 70,000 behind. And Davin 11,000 behind. And Ronny Kaiser is also 10,000 down. And this is four-way as Rob has left the table. And the action will be on the button because Ronny has straddled to 400. And Jachtmann 4, 6, 8, 7 with spades and clubs plays the button. Sekularak folds and Davin calls 4, 4, 6, 7, and Kaiser now makes it 1800 with the ace king queen 3, and he's whittled the field to heads up between Jan-Peter Jachtmann, who has the button, and Ronny has 4, 6, 8, 7, and the flop is spades. So Jachtmann has the spades and the gut shot straight. And Kaiser. It looks like Kaiser is betted out, but Jachtmann going nowhere. Kaiser's flopped 2 pair also. Queens and 3s. Ten of diamonds on the turn. And that's additional outs for Jachtmann, who has the 6-8. So a 9 for a straight. So Jachtmann is going nowhere here. Kaiser's going to bet this 9,200. And Jachtmann has the spades. He has the 5 for the low straight. He's the 9. Also, that'll give him a straight. And Kaiser with the 2 pair in the lead. And there is the spade. So there's 27k in this pot. And Kaiser's going to check it with the 2 pair in the hope that it's checked behind. But Jachtmann's probably going to value bet. No, he doesn't, because it's just a baby flush he has. And the 6-4 spades is going to win this. And Jan Peter now 25k profit, and Kaiser is 24k behind. And what a turnaround for Jan Peter. 30k down after the first 40 minutes here. But this game, I mean, there's swings in this game. Even in the last 15 minutes now, we're going to be watching some massive turnarounds. Anything can happen. We do need Rob back at the table for likelihood of these massive pots to continue, because he's the guy that's creating all the action. And Sekulorak, who's having a nightmare of a day, has picked up the aces. But there's no straddle in the pot. The straddle is just a 200. But he does get a customer in Ronny Kaiser. And that's a flopped straight for Sekulorak. And I don't think he's going to get any action from Kaiser on that board. Kaiser does have the backdoor diamonds. He does have a pair. But oh, he's hit 2 pair now, Kaiser. And Sekulorak is checking his straight. It's Kaiser's the one that's betting. But there's the 4-6 is bothering Sekulorak. But he's picked up the nut flush draw to go along with his bad straight. But little does he know his bad straight is way ahead here. Kaiser does have 2 pair. And that's just a call. So there's 8,500 now in the pot. So Kaiser needs a 7 or a 3. Doesn't come. And it'll probably go check, check. And that's what happens. And Sekulorak at long last scoops a pot. Ronny is down almost 30,000, and he was 50,000 profit in the first half hour. After there was 100,000 pot after about 20 minutes of play, and that he scooped against Rob Yong. And it just shows you the swings, because Rob was down 40,000 at one stage, and now Rob is up 80,000. That's a 120,000 euro swing in this game. Blinds are 100, 100. And there's a straddle to 400 here by Rob. And it wasn't even Rob that straddled, it was Jachtmann that reached over and grabbed his chips and did it for him because Rob is on the phone doing some business. But Kaiser now makes it 1500 with the queens. And it's going to be heads up between Rob and Kaiser. And the flop is King, King, 3. And it's a real action flop because both players are playing a king. But unfortunately for Rob, the queen kicker will play for Ronny. And I'm just wondering how big this will get. And that's a good shot straight for Rob Young. And he bets 3,000. And Ronny now has the option here. He's certainly going to play back. There's no flush draw there. He's really only worried about, probably he's thinking ace king maybe. You know, it's possible the full boat is there, that Rob has 3s or 6s. King 6. But he's just calling Ronny. That's a 10, that doesn't change anything. So Kaiser now, he's outkick Rob. And Rob thinks he's good and he keeps betting here 4. And it'll be interesting now to see does Ronny value raise. And against no other player would Ronny consider a raise because it's Rob. But he just decides to flat and he'll scoop 10,000 profit with a bigger kicker. He's playing 3 kings and a queen kicker. And I had high hopes of my kicker, said Ronny. And Ronny claws his way back a bit. And the giant stack at the table is Rob Young, who's over 70,000 profit today. Jan-Peter Jachtmann, 25,000 profit. And Sekularak, what a nightmare today it was, 66,400 down. And Kaiser and Davin have the hearts, and both Sir Kularak and Kaiser also have the spades, and that's what's come. 2-2-4, and look who's betting out. And Jachtmann's also in this pot. That's a 2-2-4 flop, and Sekularak. And it's such a difficult call here with a spade draw because it's a paired board and it's just a jack high flush. But it is Rob Young that's consistently betting out here, and Sekularak is making a move here. And he's made it 10,000, and it's a really strong play. And it gets through. And this is the same 5 players for the full session. We're going to have a few additions tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a PLO again tomorrow. Rob with spades and hearts. It's been raised by the Kaiser with the diamonds. Jachtmann is called with the bigger diamonds. Rob going nowhere. Sekulerak gets rid of his hand, and it's three-way. And it's Yong, Jachtmann, and Kaiser. And sorry about the sound, guys. And that's hearts for Rob Young. And he's also an up and down straight. And he's checked it to Ronny, who has top pair. But Rob's going to raise here, I'd imagine. He just flat calls. And Rob has the nut flush draw. That's a bad card for Rob with the board pairing. So Kaiser, with the pair of kings and sevens and the queen kicker, is going to have another crack at it, but Rob won't go anywhere. Rob is going to stay. Rob is drawing to the nut flush, and these guys are at it all day. It's 4,000 for Rob. Rob has a up and down straight to go along with his flush, so he's going to call, and regardless of the river, Rob is going to check even if he hits, because the paired board is there, and the 4 doesn't change anything. Kaiser comes out on top here, and Kaiser will probably check down his king queen. That's kings and sevens with a queen, and he scoops a very substantial pot here, and he getting him back in ballpark now, back to 11,000 down. And I believe we're going to go to 100 hands today. We're in hand number 87, so that's could be another 20 minutes or so. Please do stay with us to the end. It's getting very interesting to see who's going to come out on top here. It's basically the action man, Rob Young, who's all the chips. He's playing 120,000 plus in front of him. And Jachtmann is playing 80,000. He's up over 20 grand for the day. But it's this guy, seat 1, who's just folded, Sekulerak, Davin, and Kaiser. These are the 3 players that are in the minus. So we're going to go Yong, Jachtmann, and Kaiser yet again. How often have we seen it? These 3 guys in a hand. Way better sound, don't move a muscle. And Job 22 is going to donate money to charity if we see a 200k pot today. And don't rule it out, guys. We already seen a 140,000 euro pot. And this is Kaiser with the Jack 5 2 pair. He bets out. Jachtmann has a good shot and top pair, top kicker, and he's in position, so he's going to peel another card, and the 8 comes to complete a straight for Jachtmann and 3 pair for Ronny Kaiser. So the 8-9 Jack gives a straight to the Queen, and the 5-8-9 also brings a straight, and it goes check, check, and Jachtmann now is 100%, and he's going to value bet, I'm positive, and he may get called. It's a pretty big bet, it looks like. It looks like about 8 grand. It's 8,500. And this is painful for Ronny. Because it went check, check on the turn, when the 8 brought home all the straights, this is confusing Ronny. So he's asking the dealer to flatten out the chips in the pot to see what's in there. And the turn went check, so Ronny may pay Jachtmann off here. And the 2 changes nothing. So Ronny is considering a call here. He's finding it very tough to fold. And the pot on the top of the screen does include the bet on the river. The bet was 8,500 on the river. And I think the longer it goes on, the more sense that Ronny will get and fold his hand. That's what he does. And Jachtmann has a little snigger to himself, but Jachtmann knows he was way ahead there because he's getting snap called by one of the bigger straights. And that's the scoreboard. Jan Peter, 30,000 now. He's turned it right around. He was 30k down. But look at Rob Yong. He was 40k down and now he's almost 60k in front. And Sekularak, who's in the small blind here, is in desperate need to get something going. Doesn't want to end this day being down such a chunk of change. And Rob Young, Queen Jack 9-4, raises on the button. 1,400. And it's folded around to Ronny, who calls, and it's the same story every time. Ronny, Jachtmann, and Rob Young, they're creating all the action. And Jachtmann bows out of this one, so it's Kaiser versus Yong. And Ronny's hit that very hard. Ronny has hit the second nuts, 6-8. He's only been beaten by pocket 8s, and Young has hit a flush draw, and he's going to pay Kaiser off, I'm sure. 6,000, and this is a great bet by Ronny because these guys are at each other all day, and Ronny flops the boat and he bets it out 6,000. And look, Rob has fallen for this trap. Rob has raised, and this is quality play by the Kaiser. Now the Ronny is going to just flat call here. I'm 100% positive. That was a really good lead by Ronny, and that's what he does. So Ronny now is completely undervaluing the strength of his hand, and Rob is completely overvaluing the strength of his hand. And the 5 doesn't change anything. It does give Rob a good shot straight, and this is a beautiful check by the Kaiser. It's top quality play here. 40,000, but Rob is smart enough and he puts on the handbrake, and the 7 comes for the flush. Now it's just a jack high flush for Rob, but he is 100% calling a bet here by Ronny. I think if Ronny checks, I think Rob will value his flush. And that's what Ronnie's considering. He's wondering, it's crossing his mind. He has a couple of options here. There's 40k in the pot. And enough's enough, says Ronny. And he bets out his boat. And that's a real problem now for Rob. And this is going to really test the quality of Rob Young's play. And he's going for chips, Rob. And is this a raise? No, it's a 32,000 bet. And that's what Rob's counted out there, 32,000. This will be 100,000 pot, guys, if Rob calls with his flush, jack high flush. And this is going to really show us the skill level of Rob Young. Because this would be a top quality fold because of the history of these two guys. They're really at it all day long. And Ronny completely disguised the value of his hand on the flop. Ronny flopping the boat. And he bet it out, but Rob potted, raised him. And Ronny just flat called. So this is not an easy fold, trust me. These guys played 100k pot and 140k pot. And pair of jacks won the 140k pot.
Play it like pocket sixes. Play it like you have quads.
€32,000. Rob has caught his flush. I'm not sure, did Rob say I can't fold this? Or I have to fold this? But I tell you, Rob Young has a real talent for sniffing out live tells, and he's just looking over there at Ronny now. He's trying to get a feel for what's going on. And he's 32,000 counted out in front of him. Oh, that's a good fold, boys, I'm telling you. Considering the history between these two guys for this session, that's a good fold. Rob has made a quality laydown, in my opinion. But I'm very happy to listen to your opinion. And that's changed things around for Ronny. He's now in profit. And Rob is wondering about that fold, but I'm telling you, he's a quality player, Rob Young. He's really good at live poker. He gets great reads on players. I played against him. I've seen him do it. He's made some incredible calls and folds in the past. And the stakes don't bother him. The money doesn't bother this guy. That's one advantage he has over his opponents. Scrub saying he probably would have called with the ace-high flush. Something we won't know, but I love that lead on the flop by the Kaiser out of position when he flopped the boat against Rob. It was a real quality decision. And Rob fell for it by raising, making it 16 grand. And Ronny just flat called, just hiding the value of his hand. But then when Ronny checked the turn, Rob Young had the handbrake on, was smart enough to pull up the handbrake. The flush came for Rob, and Ronny led out for 32,000. And Rob Young tanked for 3 or 4 minutes and made the fold.
He said 8-6. He's not lying.
Yeah, he did.
You had a flush?
Yeah, he did.
You don't have full house, right? You have 6. You have a flush. Or just a straight.
Yeah, that's flush.
Not flush?
Yeah, flush is
Oh, I never mind showing every card. I'm happy to play. We show all 4 cards every time. It's pretty like either has it or
And this gentleman here, who I've been pronouncing his name incorrectly all day, and I'm going to give it a shot now, guys. And I won't mind, he's a friend of a friend. Schlekulars. I think I got that one wrong. Schekulars.
it's hard to hit full houses.
And that was a really interesting hand. The hand of the day, if you ask me. I mean, the way this table has been playing so loose. Rob Young's been playing like a maniac. And Ronny's been playing a very loose game also. And they're involved in everything. Kaiser and Ronny. Almost all the hands. Shekularak is in seat 1. Shekularak. And he's having a bad day, Shekularak. He's facing a bet here by Davin. And he smartly folds. And Shekularak is almost 60k down. And Davin 12,700. That's real money, guys. And big winner today, Rob Young. He's 35,000 in profit. Jan Peter is 30,000. Fantastic day for Jan Peter. 30k behind. It's completely flipped that, and now 30k in profit. And we really appreciate you joining us. We love this game, this Cash Kings. These sessions are renowned all over Europe for playing quite big and quite loose, actually. We're back again tomorrow. We're coming into the last 10 or 15 minutes of the session. Sekularak is the big loser today. This gentleman in seat 1. And that's Davin. Kaiser, a little smirk on his face. He's clawed his way right back. And Kaiser with the nut straight. But there is heart. Sorry, Kaiser has the flush, the queen high flush, and Davin has the 9 high flush. And Davin is betting it out. We're just going to see a call because there's several people in this pot. And Ronny shows down the queen high. 9 high flush won't cut it. And Ronny takes down another pot.
Original.
That's the scoreboard. Shekulorak 60k down, Davin 15k down, and they're the winners. Rob Young 35,000, Jachtmann 30,000, and Ronny right back now with 8,000 profit. It's if you've just joined us, a PLO Cash Kings, guys. 100 blinds, and I'm very pleased to be here. We're here for the full week, guys. We're going to bring you another Cash King session tomorrow and Friday. Expect more players, more action, and then we have the Party Poker Millions, the 1,000 buy-in million guaranteed event. We're bringing you all the action. We're going to be broadcasting the tournament live here from Kings, and right up to the final table until there is a winner crowned. And I'm going to be joined by several guests. Please stay with me. And four-way now. Pot is 7,000, and that is a set for Shekulorak. And Jachtmann has hit the king. Jachtmann now with the clubs and the king. And the straight for Davin. So we're going to see action here. And I believe Davin just flat called with the nuts. And this is pricing Jachtmann in. So Shekulorak has bet the set. And Davin with the nuts just flatted, and it's very risky. It's quite remarkable really that Davin just flatted here. And that brings a bigger straight, but it still gives Gavin the check mark. And it's a good card really for Shekulorak, because it should slow him down. No, it doesn't. He continues. Looks like it looks like 1,000 bet. It's like a stopper bet, and that's exactly what it is. It was a stopper bet, 1,000 bet. And Jachtmann, he's picked up on that, and he's made a raise here, so he's going to definitely get rid of Shekulorak. But does Davin call? It's a quality move by Jachtmann. He smelt out the bet by Shekulorak straight away that it was a blocker bet. It was a bet just hoping to be flat called. And it's worked out pretty bad here now for Davin, who's facing a big problem, because I know Shekulorak is certainly folding here, I think. I don't think he can call, particularly with Davin tacked after him. He's not giving it up. And if he could find a call here, I know for sure Davin would snap fold. that queen is a real bad card for both Shikulirak and Davin. This could really turn his day around, Shikulirak, if he can make this call. He bet 1,000 on the river with a set of 10s. And Davin flatted. And now Davin is facing the problem. And it's a real tough spot. And he folds. And that was some quality move by Jachtmann. And that is just completely... He's after stealing a big pot here, Jachtmann. And Davin just flatted. He did not straight on the turn. He just flatted. I think that was a mistake. Obviously, now in hindsight it is. He was probably waiting for maybe Jachtmann to bump it up after him. But Jachtmann just called because he was on the clubs. And Jachtmann missed. Shikulirak bet out 1,000 blocker bet. Davin just flatted with the bottom straight. And Jachtmann smelt weakness. Made it 9,000 and stole the pot. And that was some hand.
He said he's unlucky. I was just bluffing as well. 115? Yeah. And seriously, I had 2-4 hearts and King Jack. I can see that. King Jack. I have only one Jack, and I'm trying.
And we're coming to the very end of the stream, guys. This is one of our last hands. And we're 4-way. It's been a really good day for Jachtmann. He went 30,000 behind at the start. And he's completely flipped that in his head. And he's now 40k in profit. And we've seen a quality move by him there. And he got the better hands, the set, and the bad straight to fold. And Davin now with the up and down straight and a flush draw and a set of jacks for Shikulirak. And Shikulirak bets it out and Davin here moves all in. And that's going to tin the field, and Shikulirak is going to play this set. He has a hard to blocker. And an ace. So he's looking for, and doesn't come. This draws don't get there. The set holds. That's Shikulirak. Shikulirak eventually wins a pot, and I believe it is the last pot. That's Tarkin, the manager here in Kings, the head TD. He runs a fantastic show, and that's the scoreboard. Jachtmann, the big winner today, 40,500. Rob Yong, 32,900 profit. And Shikulirak, 40,000 behind. Was down 70,000 at one stage. And Davin, unfortunately, couldn't find that call against Jachtmann in the second last hand. 40,000 for the day. We're back here tomorrow, a little bit earlier tomorrow. 6 o'clock, I believe. And we really expect more of the same and better. We're looking at a few extra players who are arriving in tonight. Thank you. I'm getting teased here for my pronunciations, and I really appreciate your comments. Fintan Gavin is my name, from Ireland, and thanks again for joining us. Looking forward. We're going to be here all week, guys. We're going to have Cash Kings tomorrow and Friday, and then we're going to bring you all the action from the Party Poker Millions. It really was exciting. It started straight away, no messing, 100,000 pot after 20 minutes. And I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days. Please do join me. I'm going to be signing off now. Thank you so much, guys. Looking forward to tomorrow. Ciao.